Welcome to Sleepy Throne's Tales, where stories of royalty and ancient history are told to guide you into deep and peaceful dreams. Tonight, you will journey into the forbidden palace of ancient China, a timeless realm of emperors and whispered secrets. The night had descended gently over the heart of Beijing, wrapping the world in a silken hush. At the center of the city, behind towering crimson walls, the forbidden palace lay in stillness, as though resting in the embrace of the stars themselves. Its grand gates, tall and unyielding, stood in quiet strength, painted with the deep red of 1,000 sunsets. The golden studs along the doors shimmered faintly in the soft moonlight, catching glimmers of silver as though the heavens had lent their jewels to the wood. Standing before these gates was to feel the weight of time itself. They had once opened only for emperors, ministers, and royal processions. Carried through them were the triumphs of dynasties, the whispers of secrets, and the footsteps of rulers whose names still echoed in history. Tonight, however, the gates did not tower with intimidation. They rested with grace, as though they, too, had grown weary of the burdens of power, content now to keep watch in silence. At either side, 2 mighty bronze lions gleamed softly beneath the moon, their forms, sculpted with exquisite detail, seemed almost alive in the shifting shadows of night. One lion held a cub beneath its paw, symbol of nurture and continuity. The other rested a paw upon a ball, symbol of dominion and order. For centuries, they had stood unmoving, guardians of the empire's heart. In the calm of this night, they seemed to soften, their silent vigilance transformed into a quiet welcome beyond the gates. A gentle breeze carried the faint scent of sandalwood incense. It mingled with the earthy fragrance of aged stone and ancient wood, creating an aroma that soothed the senses. A perfume of serenity distilled from centuries. The breeze stirred the silk banners hanging above, their colors faded but still whispering of the grandeur they once proclaimed. The flutter was so light, so rhythmic, it seemed almost like the palace itself was breathing in harmony with the world around it above. The rooftops stretched wide, layered in shimmering tiles of gold. In daylight, they had dazzled with imperial brilliance, but beneath the moon, their glow was softer, tender, like a lullaby woven into architecture. The curved eaves lifted toward the sky, each one crowned with tiny figures of mythical beasts, phoenixes and lions. By day, they were symbols of protection, guardians of majesty. Tonight, in the quiet glow, they were dreamlike silhouettes, keeping watch over the sleeping world with a patience beyond time. The silence of the forbidden palace was not emptiness. It was a silence that carried voices and heard, yet deeply felt. The whispers of silk robes, brushing against stone. The faint echo of footsteps on polished floors, the laughter of children from centuries ago, softened into memory. These echoes lingered like the last notes of a song, fading into the still air, comforting and eternal. Here at the gates, the journey began. The palace did not demand haste. It invited stillness. It opened its arms not as a fortress, but as a dream sanctuary where burdens could be set aside, where the present dissolved into timeless calm. To step forward was to enter not just a place of emperors, but a realm of peace, carved from stone, wood, and memory. Stepping past the great gates was like entering another world. The vast courtyard stretched wide, its stone tiles cool beneath the soft veil of moonlight. Each slab of stone, smoothed by the footsteps of countless generations, seemed to carry a quiet memory within it. The stillness of the courtyard was profound, yet never heavy. It was filled with a gentle presence, as though the palace itself was watching with kind, unblinking eyes. Lanterns lined the edges of the path, glowing with a steady amber flame. Their light was not harsh, but warm and delicate, pooling in golden circles upon the ground. The flames swayed softly in the breeze, creating shadows that danced upon the red walls and carved balustrades. These shifting shadows moved like ancient spirits, graceful and unhurried, guiding visitors deeper into the heart of the palace. The balustrades themselves were carved from white stone, their surfaces etched with elegant motifs, dragons coiled in endless loops, their scaled bodies detailed with masterful precision, while phoenixes spread their wings in eternal flight. In the gentle glow of lantern light, these carvings seemed alive. The dragons appeared to shimmer as if breathing fire in silence, while the phoenixes gleamed with the promise of rebirth. The artistry was not just decoration, it was a story told in stone, a reminder of the harmony between heaven and earth. Far above, the night sky was a velvet canvas. Stars gleamed like scattered pearls, and the moon hung heavy, casting its glow across the roofs of the palace. The rooftops, layered with golden tiles, gleamed faintly in return, reflecting the celestial light like a sea of treasure hidden in the shadows. Between the heavens and the earth, the palace stood as a bridge, binding the two in timeless stillness. The courtyard was wide, but it did not feel empty. Instead, it carried a fullness, like the pause between two breaths. The faint sound of the breeze echoed gently across the stones, a soothing hush that seemed to quiet every restless thought. From somewhere unseen, the soft chime of bells rang, faint as a whisper, their notes drifting into the night like drops of light falling into water. Every step through the courtyard was unhurried, each movement accompanied by the glow of lanterns and the whisper of air. the mind began to slow, matching the rhythm of the palace itself. There was no sense of time here, no urgency, only the invitation to walk gently, to listen, and to rest. This courtyard was not merely a passage, it was a threshold. To cross it was to leave behind the noise of the outside world and step into the embrace of stillness. It was the palace's first gift, a place where the soul could soften and where the journey inward truly began. Beyond the lantern-lit courtyard, a narrow path curved gently toward the inner halls. The air here was softer, carrying with it the faint aroma of pine and old wood, as though the breath of centuries lingered in every corner. The path was not hurried, nor directed, meandered with grace, guiding the traveler forward without demand, inviting a gentle pace that matched the calm of night. Above the path rose the palace rooftops, tier upon tier of golden tiles, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. They did not shine with the brilliance of the day, but glowed softly, like embers fading into the quiet of night. Each roofline curved upward at the edges, lifting toward the stars, as though offering prayers to the heavens. Along these ridges sat rows of tiny guardians, mythical beasts carved with patient hands, their watchful eyes fixed upon eternity. Dragons, lions, and phoenixes stood in silent procession, protectors of the halls below, their figures outlined against the star-strewn sky. The wooden beams beneath the roofs were painted in hues of deep vermilion, jade green, and fading blue. Though centuries had passed, the colors still whispered of grandeur. Intricate patterns of clouds and waves curled across the beams, symbols of harmony that seemed to move gently in the flickering light of lanterns. Each design held meaning, each line a fragment of poetry carved into the architecture of the palace. The path itself was lined with stone steps, smooth from countless feet that had walked them before. At night, their cool surfaces seemed to gather the moonlight, glowing faintly like polished marble. Each step forward echoed softly, yet the sound never disturbed the silence. Instead, it blended into the rhythm of the palace, like a heartbeat, steady and calm. Above, the night sky watched patiently. A breeze passed through the eaves, stirring the delicate chimes that hung there. Their sound was crystalline, a melody so soft it seemed less like music and more like a dream drifting into the air. The notes rose and fell, fading gently into the stillness, leaving behind a sense of wonder. As the traveler walked further, the golden roofs seemed endless, stretching like waves across the horizon. Their repetition was not monotonous, but soothing, a pattern that lulled the mind into peace. Each hall looked like a reflection of the last, yet each carried its own quiet beauty. The symmetry of the palace did not confine, it calmed, offering a world where order and serenity lived side by side. To walk this path was to step into balance, a place where the vastness of history and the intimacy of night met in harmony. The weight of time was here, yet it rested lightly, like silk draped across the shoulders. With every step beneath the golden roofs, the palace seemed to whisper, "Slow down, breathe deeply, let go." And so the journey carried onward into the quiet heart of the forbidden palace. The winding path soon opened into a vast hall, its grand doors standing tall against the starlit sky, painted in deep vermilion and accented with golden studs. The entrance shimmered with a quiet majesty. A wave of calm seemed to wash outward, as though the hall itself breathed serenity into the night. Inside, towering wooden pillars stretched upward, their surfaces polished to a gentle sheen by the passage of centuries. Each one was painted in deep red, crowned with carved capitals of jade and gold that caught the glow of flickering lanterns. The pillars stood like ancient trees, strong yet graceful, holding aloft a ceiling painted with constellations and swirling clouds. The vast space was nearly empty, yet it did not feel bare. Instead, it was alive with whispers of the past. The faint echo of footsteps once filled these floors, emperors pacing in thought, advisors gathered in council, courtiers bowing in ritual grace. Though those voices had long faded, the silence carried their memory, soft and lingering like the final notes of a song. The polished floor gleamed faintly beneath the lantern light. Its wooden planks reflected the golden glow, broken only by the delicate shimmer of dust drifting lazily through the air. Every breath within the hall felt lighter, easier, as if the space itself wished to ease the weight of the body and soften the mind along the walls. Intricate panels of carved wood depicted scenes of nature, wound their way into the distance, and cranes soared above pine forests. These carvings were not meant to impress with grandeur, but to soothe with balance. They spoke of harmony between man and nature, a reminder that even in the heart of a palace, the world outside still whispered of peace from above. The faintest draft moved through the eaves, carrying with it the delicate fragrance of incense. The scent was subtle, almost imagined, yet it lingered with warmth, as though the hall itself exhaled calm, a comfort to the weary spirit. Standing within the hall of harmony was to be held gently by history. It was a space that once bore the weight of decisions shaping empires, but tonight it bore only the desire to cradle those who entered. The vastness did not intimidate, it soothed. The stillness did not feel empty. It invited rest in the glow of lanterns. The hall became less a chamber of power and more a sanctuary of dreams. To linger here was to feel the edges of thought soften, to hear the hum of silence like a lullaby, and to sense the steady rhythm of peace echoing through every carved beam and polished stone. Leaving the hall of harmony behind, the path opened once more into a smaller courtyard, quiet and intimate beneath the silver sky. Here the vastness of the palace seemed to fold inward, offering a gentler, more personal space where silence lingered close. The stones beneath the feet were cool and smooth, glimmering faintly with a sheen of moonlight, as though polished by centuries of passing footsteps. The courtyard was bordered by low walls, painted in vermilion, their edges softened by age. Climbing ivy traced delicate lines across their surfaces, catching the lantern glow and swaying lightly in the breeze. Above, branches of pine leaned gracefully over the rooftops, their dark needles whispering against one another in a soft song carried by the night air. The fragrance was clean and fresh, mingling with faint traces of sandalwood, a scent that seemed to rise from the palace itself. At the center of the courtyard stood a round stone platform, worn smooth at the edges. Once emperors may have paused here to gaze at the sky, or scholars may have lingered in reflection before walking onward to the great halls. Now the platform was quiet, touched only by starlight. Its still presence gave the courtyard a rhythm, as though the world revolved slowly around this single circle of stone. Lanterns rested at each corner, their golden light spreading outward in gentle halos. Shadows stretched long across the ground, creating patterns of dark and light that wove together like an endless tapestry. The movement of the flames was unhurried, their flicker steady, as though even the fire itself had slowed to match the calm of this place. A small water basin sat tucked into one corner, its surface still as glass. Now and then a drop of dew would fall from the pines above, sending ripples across the basin. Each ripple shimmered under the lantern glow, circling outward until the water grew still once more. The sound was faint, yet deeply soothing, a reminder that even the smallest motion could carry beauty into the night. The courtyard was not grand like the outer spaces, nor vast like the main halls. Its strength lay in its quiet intimacy. Here, footsteps seemed lighter, as though the stones carried them gently rather than holding their weight. The walls, the lanterns, and the basin together created a cocoon of stillness, wrapping anyone who entered in peace. To pause in this courtyard was to feel time loosen its grip. The worries of the world seemed far away, softened into the distance, leaving only the calm presence of night. The forbidden palace, with all its grandeur, had folded itself into a quiet sigh, offering the gift of stillness to those who would listen. From the quiet courtyard, a narrow passage led into a hidden garden. the fragrance of earth and blossoms. The garden stretched like a secret dream within the palace walls, a place where the emperors once sought rest away from the weight of courtly life. Tonight it was silent, touched only by the moon and the hush of night. At the center of the garden lay a still pond, its surface perfectly smooth, reflecting the golden glow of lanterns and the silver of the stars above. Deliberate care, edged with carved stones that curved in gentle arcs, inviting the eye to follow their lines in quiet contemplation. Water lilies floated upon its surface, their petals pale and delicate, resting like soft lanterns upon the mirror of water. The reflection of the rooftops shimmered beside them, creating a world where sky and palace seemed to meet. A wooden bridge arched gracefully across the pond, its rails painted in faded vermilion. The wood was smooth, worn from centuries of use, yet strong and steady beneath the feet. Crossing the bridge was like walking across a breath slow, light, and unhurried. Each step echoed faintly, then dissolved into the quiet, leaving behind only the gentle ripple of water, stirred by passing breezes. Around the pond, willows leaned downward, their branches trailing like strands of silk. They brushed the surface of the water with delicate touches, creating ripples that spread in soft circles before fading into stillness again. The sound was tender, like a lullaby hummed by nature itself. In the distance, bamboo groves rustled lightly, their stalks swaying together with the rhythm of the wind, adding a faint, soothing percussion to the garden's quiet song. Lanterns hung from the trees, their glow shimmering across the pond. Their light moved with the water, painting golden trails that swirled like fireflies drifting lazily through the night. Now and then a fish stirred below, sending faint ripples across the reflection of the moon. Fleeting, it seemed like a dream within a dream. The garden was not grand, yet it held a peace beyond measure. Here the palace shed its weight of power and ceremony. Here it became a sanctuary, a place where the world softened into balance. To pause by the pond was to feel one's heartbeat slow, to hear thoughts dissolve into silence, and to sense the embrace of still waters holding all things gently. As the traveler lingered in the garden, time seemed to vanish. There was no past, no future, only the quiet presence of moonlight, water, and willow branches swaying in rhythm with the night. Beyond the still waters of the garden, a narrow stone path wound gently toward a small pavilion. Lanterns swayed along the way, their golden glow lighting the steps like a trail of stars. The pavilion rose gracefully at the edge of the garden, its roof curved and delicate, its wooden pillars painted a soft vermilion that seemed to glow beneath the moonlight. It stood not as a place of power, but as a retreat, a haven for quiet reflection. As one entered, the space revealed itself in simple elegance. Four sides opened to the night air, framed by carved screens painted with scenes of mountains and rivers. The brushstrokes, though softened by age, still carried the spirit of their makers. Misty peaks rose in delicate shades of ink, rivers flowed in ribbons of silver and gray, and tiny figures of scholars wandered beneath pine trees. The screens did not merely decorate, they invited the mind to wander, to step into painted worlds where silence reigned and nature held eternal sway. The floor of the pavilion was polished wood, smooth and cool beneath the feet. Sitting here, the still pond remained in view, its reflection shimmering gently beyond the willow branches. The pavilion seemed to float above the water, suspended between earth and sky. The sound of rustling bamboo drifted in from the distance, accompanied by the occasional splash of a fish disturbing the pond's mirror surface. Lanterns hung from the corners of the pavilion, their light soft and steady. The glow illuminated the painted screens in shifting patterns, making mountains seem to breathe and rivers seem to flow. Shadows danced along the beams above, curving gracefully like brushstrokes across the ceiling. The entire pavilion became a painting of its own, a living artwork, woven from wood, ink, and light. A faint breeze carried the fragrance of blossoms from a hidden corner of the garden. Perhaps plum trees stood nearby, their flowers pale as snow beneath the night. The scent was cool and refreshing, mingling with the warmth of lantern light to create a harmony that eased both body and spirit. The pavilion was a place for pause, a space where time seemed to fold upon itself. One could imagine emperors sitting here in quiet thought, gazing at the moonlit pond, or poets resting with brushes in hand, inspired by the stillness to write verses of longing and peace. Tonight, however, it belonged only to silence. The past lingered softly, but the present was hushed, inviting rest. Here, in the pavilion of painted screens, the world seemed balanced between dream and reality. Every detail, on the screens, the lantern light on wood, the gentle sigh of wind through the trees wove together into a lullaby of stillness. To remain here was to sink deeper into calm, as though the pavilion itself was a cradle gently rocking the soul toward sleep, leaving the pavilion behind. The path stretched into a long covered corridor, its beams and pillars rising gracefully into the night air. The corridor seemed endless at first glance, stretching far into the distance, its roof curving in gentle arcs above. Lanterns hung from the eaves at regular intervals, each one glowing softly like pearls suspended in the darkness. Their golden light created a rhythm of shadows and brightness, guiding the way forward with steady calm. The wooden beams were painted in deep vermilion, their surfaces smooth from centuries of touch. Across their length, intricate patterns of clouds and waves curled in faded blues and greens, symbols of harmony that had watched silently over generations. Above, the underside of the roof was decorated with painted dragons, their bodies twisting gracefully among clouds. Though dimmed by time, the artistry still carried life, each detail glowing faintly in the lantern light, as though the creatures themselves breathed in the night. As the traveler walked beneath the corridor, the air grew hushed. The sound of footsteps echoed softly against the wooden floor, then dissolved into the silence, absorbed by the vastness of the palace. From the eaves, faint wind chimes swayed gently, their notes crystalline and tender, like whispers carried on the breeze. Each sound lingered for a moment, then faded, leaving behind an even deeper quiet. The corridor was open to one side, revealing glimpses of the moonlit garden beyond. Through the carved wooden railings, one could see the pond glimmering faintly, its surface touched with ripples of silver. The willows leaned toward the corridor, their branches brushing lightly against the roof, as though greeting those who passed. Beneath, the shadows of the branches stretched across the floor in soft patterns, shifting as the breeze moved them, a quiet dance of nature upon ancient wood. Above, the night sky stretched wide, framed by the curving eaves. Stars sparkled faintly in the distance, while the moon shone bright, its reflection slipping across the roof tiles like liquid silver. The corridor seemed not only to connect to places, but to worlds, the earthly palace below, and the boundless heavens above. With each step, the corridor carried the traveler deeper into calm. The repetition of lanterns, the rhythm of shadows, the hush of wind chimes blended into a gentle cadence, like the verses of a poem recited by the palace itself. The world outside seemed far away, distant and forgotten, while here, within, the corridor, only peace remained. To walk its length was not to hurry forward, but to surrender to its stillness. The corridor offered no urgency, no demand, only the promise of quiet continuity. It was a place to breathe, to listen, to simply exist in harmony with the night. And as the end slowly drew nearer, the path ahead glowed softly, beckoning the traveler onward into yet deeper layers of the palace dream. At the end of the corridor, the path opened once more into the garden, where a wide stone bridge arched gracefully across the pond. Its surface, smoothed by centuries of footsteps, glowed pale beneath the touch of moonlight. Each stone was fitted with perfect care, forming a curve so gentle that it seemed almost to float above the still waters below. Lanterns lined the edges of the bridge, their reflections shimmering softly in the pond, where koi swam lazily among the reeds. The fish moved with unhurried grace, their scales glinting gold and red in the lantern glow, as if tiny sparks of life drifted just beneath the surface. Ripples spread slowly around them, each wave carrying fragments of light outward into the dark waters. The air upon the bridge was cooler, touched by the openness of the pond. A faint mist rose from the water, softening the edges of the world. The willows leaned gently toward the bridge, their branches trailing like silken threads across the pond's mirrored surface. Whenever the breeze stirred them, the reflection of the moon broke apart into 1,000 trembling fragments, then slowly came back together, whole once more. The bridge itself bore carvings along its stone railings, dragons, clouds, and lotus blossoms etched with patient care. Though the carvings had weathered with time, they still carried an elegance that spoke of devotion. Each design seemed less like decoration and more like a prayer whispered across generations into the silent stone. Standing at the center of the bridge, the world felt balanced between two realms. Behind lay the painted pavilion and whispering corridors, while ahead the path disappeared into the darker folds of the palace. Above stretched the sky, wide and eternal, while below rested the pond, deep and still. To linger here was to feel both grounded and weightless, tethered by the stone beneath one's feet, yet lifted by the serenity of water and sky. The sounds here were tender and few, the soft splash of a fish, the sigh of wind through the willow leaves, the occasional creak of the wooden lantern posts. Each sound was a note in a song of stillness. The silence was never empty. It was alive, filled with quiet details that revealed themselves only when one slowed enough to listen. The bridge was more than a crossing of water. It was a crossing of moments, a passage from one layer of the palace dream into another. Each step across carried the traveler deeper into the hidden calm of the forbidden palace, where grandeur and peace intertwined seamlessly. To walk its length was to drift further into a dream that seemed to have no end. And when the final step touched the far side, the bridge remained behind, glowing softly, like a memory of peace etched forever in stone and moonlight. Beyond the stone bridge, the path curved softly and led toward a great gate. Its towering wooden doors stood closed, yet the gate did not feel forbidding. It seemed instead to rest peacefully, a sentinel of stillness guarding the deeper heart of the forbidden palace. The pillars of the gate were carved from ancient wood, painted in vermilion, their surfaces faintly glowing under the lanterns. Though weathered by time, the color held warmth, as if it had absorbed centuries of sunlight, and now gave it back in soft whispers. The heavy bronze studs that lined the doors shone faintly in the moonlight, each one a tiny circle of glimmering calm dot above the roof of the gate, curved outward, layered with golden tiles that shimmered gently against the dark sky. Guardian figures, perched along its edges, tiny creatures of clay and imagination, placed there to watch and protect. Their shadows stretched across the ground like silent companions, softened by the glow of lantern light. The air before the gate was hushed, filled with the weight of history, yet it did not press heavily upon the spirit. Instead, it created a sense of reverence, a reminder that behind every wall and door of the palace lay not only grandeur but also serenity. The gate was less a barrier than a pause, a moment to breathe before stepping deeper into stillness. On either side of the gate stretched high palace walls, their surfaces smooth and pale beneath the moon. The walls seemed endless, as though they held within them the dreams of countless generations. Shadows of willow branches swayed across their length, painting delicate patterns that shifted with the wind like brushstrokes of an unseen artist. From the eaves of the gate hung bronze wind chimes. Their sound was low and resonant, each note rising and fading into the night like the toll of a distant bell. The chimes did not break the silence. They deepened it, filling it with a meditative rhythm that seemed to echo far beyond the palace itself. Stepping closer, the traveler felt the coolness of the stone ground beneath their feet, the softness of the lantern glow upon their face. The air smelled faintly of pine and sandalwood, as though the gate exhaled its own ancient fragrance. Standing there, one could almost imagine the emperors who once passed beneath its arch, moving slowly, surrounded by ceremony, yet perhaps pausing for a moment to feel the same quiet that lingered still. And though the great doors stood closed, the space before them was not an end, but an invitation. It was a reminder that every threshold within the palace was part of a longer journey, where each pause and passage carried its own stillness, its own calm. To linger here was enough. The gate itself was a place of peace, where shadow and light embraced, where the night seemed eternal yet gentle beyond the great vermilion gate. A narrow path stretched forward, its stones arranged in neat harmony. The air here was cooler, touched with the fragrance of pine that drifted gently from the towering trees lining the walkway. Their dark green branches swayed slightly in the night breeze, whispering against one another like voices softened by time. Each sound was unhurried, like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. Lanterns stood in pairs along the path, their warm glow spilling across the stones. Their light flickered softly, painting golden pools upon the ground. Between these pools, shadow lingered, giving the walkway a rhythm of light and darkness, a gentle pattern that guided the steps forward. The lanterns seemed alive in the night, guardians of peace, their small flames steady and enduring. The pines themselves rose high above, their trunks thick and weathered, their branches arching toward one another to form a canopy overhead. When the wind moved through them, the needles sighed in unison, creating a sound like distant waves upon a quiet shore. The scent of resin and earth mingled with the faint smoke of the lantern wicks, filling the air with grounding calm at intervals. Along the path, stone benches rested beneath the trees. Their surfaces were smooth and cool, shaped by centuries of waiting. To sit upon them was to feel a stillness deeper than silence, as if the stones themselves remembered the countless moments of pause that had been taken upon them. Each bench seemed like a place meant for reflection, a gentle reminder that rest was as important as the journey forward. Occasionally, the path curved slightly, revealing glimpses of the palace walls glowing faintly in the lantern light. In these curves, the shadows of pine branches fell across the stones like flowing calligraphy, graceful and unhurried. It was as though nature itself had written its own poetry upon the walkway, a script of shadow and light that could only be read by those who walked slowly enough to notice. The night deepened here, but it was not dark. The lanterns and moonlight together created a balance, a union of gold and silver tones that softened every edge. Even the traveler's shadow seemed calm upon the stones, stretching long and steady, walking beside them in silence. Birdsong had long since faded into rest, yet the occasional flutter of wings stirred in the branches. Somewhere high above, an owl called once, its voice low and resonant, before the night folded again into quiet. The sound lingered in the mind, not as a disturbance, but as part of the dreamlike music of the palace, the lantern path of whispering. Pines felt endless in its serenity, a place where time itself slowed to match the rhythm of the soft wind and glowing flames. Each step forward was not simply movement, but an entry deeper into peace. Here, beneath the pines, the world seemed to breathe more slowly, as if encouraging the traveler to do the same. The lantern path opened into a wide courtyard, where stillness gathered like a gentle embrace. At its center lay a round pool of water bordered by smooth stone, its surface as calm as glass beneath the moonlight. The reflection was so clear that the stars above appeared doubled, shimmering both in the heavens and upon the earth. It was as though the courtyard itself had captured the night sky and cradled it in silence. Lotus leaves floated upon the surface, their round forms dark against the silver shimmer. Here and there, delicate blossoms rose from the water, pale petals, folded like hands in quiet prayer. Their fragrance was faint, drifting across the courtyard with the softness of silk. A single ripple moved across the pool as if stirred by an unseen hand, then vanished, leaving the water perfectly still once more. Around the courtyard stood low pavilions, their roofs curved in graceful arcs. Their shadows fell long and elegant upon the ground, joining with the quiet pattern of moonlight. Wooden pillars, painted in deep red, supported the eaves, and from these hung narrow silk banners that stirred gently in the night air. The banners whispered with every movement, adding their faint sound to the quiet song of the courtyard at the far edge of the pool. A small stone bridge arched over the water, leading toward another pavilion. Its shape was delicate, meeting itself perfectly in the pool below. Walking across it felt like stepping into a dream where one could move through both sky and earth at once. The traveler paused upon the bridge, listening to the softest sounds around them. The trickle of a hidden stream feeding the pool could just be heard, its rhythm steady and calm. From the trees that lined the courtyard's edge, the faint hum of crickets rose like a background lullaby. Their song was neither sharp nor restless. It was slow, measured, and soothing, like the steady beat of a heart in slumber. The air was cool here, touched with the scent of water and blossoms. The breeze carried it gently across the courtyard, brushing skin and thought alike with a tranquil ease. To breathe in this air was to feel the body lighten, as if even the weight of memory had grown soft dot above. The moon drifted higher, silver light spreading across rooftops and stone. The ripples of shadow and reflection upon the water gave the illusion of a world that breathed, yet never stirred too quickly. This was the courtyard of silent water, a place not for speaking, but for listening to the wind, to the stillness, to the quiet music of time. Here, beneath the vastness of the palace night, silence was not empty. It was full of memory, of calm, of infinite rest. Beyond the courtyard, the traveler entered a hall whose wooden doors stood half open, as though inviting them into a world preserved in quiet splendor. The interior was vast, yet not overwhelming, for its beauty was softened by the hush of night. The floor shone faintly with the luster of polished stone, reflecting both lantern light and moonlight spilling gently through latticed windows. Upon the walls stretched long scrolls of painted silk, each one telling a story from ages past. Scenes of rivers and mountains, palaces and gardens, emperors and scholars flowed seamlessly from one scroll to another, as if they were threads of the same dream. The colors had softened over time, their edges faded by the passage of centuries, but the artistry still breathed with grace. Mountains rose in ink and shadow, their peaks crowned with mist. Waterfalls tumbled down the painted cliffs, their silver strokes so fluid they seemed to ripple when the lantern flames moved. Villages nestled at the edges, with tiny figures crossing bridges, carrying baskets, or pausing beneath willow trees. The hall did not simply hold art, it held an entire world preserved in silence. The traveler's eyes lingered on a painting of a palace, much like the one they walked through now, its golden roofs glimmering in brushstrokes of yellow and gold. Painted figures walked among painted pines, their robes flowing with unhurried grace. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether the real palace reflected the paintings, or whether the paintings had captured the essence of the palace itself. Above, the ceiling beams were painted with dragons that coiled in endless circles, their scales shimmering faintly in the dim light. Their eyes seemed gentle rather than fierce, watching over the hall as guardians of dreams. Between them, delicate patterns of clouds were painted in swirling shapes, carrying with them a sense of drifting ease, as though the entire hall was floating upon the air. A row of lanterns stood evenly spaced along the walls, their light soft, never harsh. Their glow revealed details often overlooked: the fine weave of silk, the grain of ancient wood, the faint cracks that told of centuries lived within these walls. Every detail was a reminder that beauty could endure quietly, without ever raising its voice. The air inside the hall was cool and faintly scented with sandalwood, a fragrance that clung gently to the silence. Each breath carried with it a note of warmth, grounding the traveler as they moved slowly across the polished floor. Every step echoed softly, not breaking the calm, but becoming part of it, as if the hall welcomed footsteps as a kind of music. This was the Hall of Painted Dreams, a place where history and imagination mingled until they became one. Within its quiet embrace, time seemed to dissolve, leaving only the steady rhythm of breath, the glow of lanterns, and the endless unfolding of painted worlds. Beyond the Hall of Painted Dreams, a narrower passage opened into a chamber bathed in a softer, golden light. Here, tall folding screens stood in quiet rows, each one painted with delicate care, their surfaces glowing like treasure in the lantern's warmth. They were not merely objects of decoration, they were stories, memories, and shields of silence. All at once, the chamber felt intimate, hushed, as though even the air moved with reverence. The screens stretched in graceful curves, dividing the room into smaller spaces, each holding its own gentle atmosphere. Painted upon them were landscapes of distant valleys, snowy peaks, flowering meadows, and tranquil rivers. The brushstrokes were tender, each detail rendered with a hand that sought not grandeur but harmony. One screen bore the image of cranes lifting into the sky, their wings spread wide above a forest of pine. Another showed plum blossoms in early bloom, their petals pale against a winter's stillness. Yet another displayed a quiet river scene, where fishermen guided slender boats through misty waters. Each painting seemed to breathe, as though the moment captured upon its golden surface continued forever within its boundaries. As the traveler walked slowly among them, the golden glow deepened. Light played upon the polished frames, scattering into faint reflections upon the floor. The effect was dreamlike, as if the traveler moved through a shifting landscape of rivers and mountains, without ever leaving the chamber's embrace. The air here was perfumed with a faint sweetness, perhaps from incense that had once been lit in the room, its memory lingering long after the flame had gone out. The fragrance was light, like a whisper, neither strong nor fading, perfectly balanced. A silence hung in the space, yet it was not empty. It felt alive, filled with unseen presence, as though the voices of painters, poets, and emperors still lingered, hidden within the folds of gold. The chamber seemed to hold centuries of secrets, yet it offered them gently, not demanding they be uncovered, but allowing them to rest in peace. The traveler paused before one particular screen where mountains rose above a wide horizon. A single moon was painted above them, full and radiant, casting its glow upon the rivers below. The scene mirrored the very night outside the palace walls. For a moment, the traveler felt as though the painted world and the real one had joined together, two moons, two rivers, two dreams folding into one. Moving deeper into the chamber, the traveler's footsteps softened, as though the golden screens themselves absorbed sound. Time stretched, unhurried. Within these walls, the outside world grew distant, and only the still glow of painted dreams remained. This was the chamber of golden screens, a sanctuary of quiet vision, where art and silence flowed together like rivers meeting under moonlight. From the golden glow of the chamber, the traveler stepped into an open-air pavilion set within the heart of the palace. Unlike the enclosed halls, this space was open to the night sky, its wooden beams framing the heavens above. The pavilion stood upon a raised platform of polished stone, surrounded by a low balustrade carved with swirling clouds and gentle waves. Here, the world seemed to breathe differently. The stillness of the palace gave way to the quiet hum of the night. A faint breeze drifted through the open arches, carrying with it the fragrance of pine and distant blossoms. The traveler paused, closing their eyes for a moment, and allowed the night air to wash softly over them. The pavilion was known as the Whispering Pavilion. Its name came from the way the wind moved through its beams, producing the faintest of sounds like whispers carried from faraway places. As the breeze shifted, the tones changed, some low and hollow, others high and delicate, almost like a distant flute. It was as though the pavilion itself was speaking, sharing secrets meant only for those who lingered long enough to listen. In the center of the pavilion, a circular stone table stood, surrounded by carved wooden seats. The table bore faint markings of age, its surface etched with the patterns of countless gatherings. Once, emperors and scholars had sat here beneath the moon, sipping tea, reciting poems, and allowing the night to inspire their thoughts. Now, the table stood quietly, touched only by silver moonlight. The traveler traced a hand gently along the smooth wood of one of the seats. The touch connected them to those who had come before, two lives that had unfolded and vanished like the wind that now moved through the beams. A soft calm spread across their chest, grounding them in the present moment, looking outward. The pavilion opened onto a small pond that shimmered in the moonlight. Its surface was smooth as glass, reflecting the pale glow of stars. Occasionally, ripples appeared when a fish stirred beneath, or when the breeze brushed lightly across the water's skin. The reflections danced in gentle patterns, as though the pond itself was breathing. The night air carried the faint sound of rustling leaves from the nearby grove, together with the whispers of the wind through the beams. The sounds created a natural harmony, soft, soothing, and endlessly calming. It was the kind of music that asked for no attention, yet filled the spirit with peace. This was the gift of the Whispering Pavilion. It did not dazzle with gold or paintings, nor overwhelm with grandeur. Instead, it offered simplicity, the open sky, the quiet pond, and the wind's gentle song. And in that simplicity, the traveler found a depth of serenity that no treasure could equal. Leaving the Whispering Pavilion behind, the traveler followed a narrow stone path that wound through a secluded corner of the palace grounds. The air grew softer here, touched by the faint glow of scattered lanterns. It was not a blaze of light, but a gentle constellation of warmth, placed with such care that each lantern seemed to float like a star upon the earth. The garden opened wide beneath the night sky, its paths curving through groves of bamboo and flowering trees. The lanterns, crafted of silk, stretched across delicate frames, glowed with colors of amber, pearl, and pale jade. Some were hung from branches, swaying slightly with the breeze, while others rested upon carved wooden posts, their reflections shimmering in small pools of water. This was the Garden of Silent Lanterns. Unlike other parts of the palace that held the hum of daily life, this garden was a sanctuary of stillness. The lanterns burned quietly, their flames steady and calm, without smoke or flicker. They seemed to hold within them a secret patience, as though each light had promised to watch over the night for as long as it lasted. The traveler walked slowly along the curved pathways, the lanterns illuminating the way like guardians. Overhead, the bamboo whispered softly, their tall stalks bending gently in the wind. Petals from blossoming trees drifted down through the glow, landing silently on the stone paths and upon the surface of the ponds. The air was filled with a fragrance both subtle and soothing, perhaps a blend of jasmine, lotus, and night-blooming flowers. It mingled with the faint warmth of the lanterns, creating a sensation of comfort that wrapped around the traveler like silk dot. At the heart of the garden stood a small pavilion, open on all sides. Within it, more lanterns glowed, their designs intricate and mesmerizing. One displayed the shape of a dragon, its form coiled gracefully in flame. Another bore the outline of a phoenix, wings outstretched as though mid-flight. Others carried patterns of clouds, waves, and mountain symbols of balance and eternity. The traveler paused within the pavilion, looking outward as the lantern light mingled with the moonlight. The two sources of glow-earthly and celestial blend together, neither brighter nor dimmer, but equal in their quiet offering. The garden seemed timeless, a place where no hour passed, where night simply lingered in its most peaceful state. Sitting upon a smooth stone bench, the traveler let their breath slow, sinking with the steady glow of the lights. In this moment, the garden was not merely a place within the palace, it was a world unto itself, where silence spoke, where lanterns dreamed, and where the soul could rest untroubled. From the garden of silent lanterns, a slender stone path led the traveler toward a bridge arched gracefully over a winding stream. The bridge, crafted from pale marble, shimmered faintly under the moonlight, as though dusted with silver. Its balustrades were carved with flowing waves, each curve seeming to ripple like real water frozen in stone. The stream below moved with unhurried grace, its waters so clear that the pebbles beneath could be seen glowing faintly in the soft light. Now and then a koi stirred, its golden scales gliding like sunlight across the dark current. The water's gentle movement created a lullaby of ripples, their sound soothing and steady, like the softest murmur of a dream. As the traveler stepped onto the bridge, the air seemed to shift. A deeper stillness wrapped around them, broken only by the trickle of the stream. Looking outward, they could see lanterns from the distant garden mirrored upon the water's surface, their reflections trembling slightly with every ripple. Above, the moon shone high, its reflection joining the lanterns so that heaven and earth appeared side by side in the stream. The traveler paused at the center of the bridge, resting a hand lightly on the cool stone railing. Here, the palace revealed a quieter truth that beauty did not always rest in grand halls or golden rooftops. but in the gentle meeting of water, light, and silence. The traveler breathed deeply, inhaling the faint, earthy fragrance rising from the stream below. A willow tree stood nearby, its long branches trailing over the water. Each slender leaf caught the moonlight as it swayed, brushing the surface of the stream like a painter's brush. The sight was soft, almost hypnotic, pulling the traveler deeper into calm. It was said that emperors once crossed this bridge in the still hours of the night, pausing to let their thoughts drift away with the water. Scholars, too, would come here with brushes and scrolls, inspired by the way reflections danced upon the current. But in this moment, the bridge belonged only to the traveler, a sanctuary of still water and endless quiet. There, watching as the koi rose gently to the surface, then disappeared again into the depths. Time felt suspended, as if the night itself were unwilling to move forward. The only rhythm was the water's murmur, the only motion the gentle drift of the willow's branches. Slowly, with a heart eased by peace, the traveler crossed to the far side. Each step carried them further into the embrace of the night, deeper into the palace's hidden serenity. Beyond the quiet bridge, the traveler entered a small courtyard where a hidden hall stood, its doors carved with delicate lattice work. Pushing them open, the traveler stepped into a chamber bathed in soft, golden glow. Here, the air felt different, warmer, closer, carrying the faint fragrance of sandalwood and old ink. The chamber was lined with painted screens, each one a masterpiece of artistry. They stood in careful rows, their silk panels stretched across, wooden frames illuminated by lantern light. The images upon them told stories of ancient times, rivers flowing past misty mountains, scholars beneath flowering trees, and dragons rising among drifting clouds. One screen showed a serene garden, painted so finely that the blossoms seemed to breathe with color. Another depicted a winter scene, where quiet snow blanketed rooftops and deer wandered through a forest of pines. Some were alive with bold brushstrokes, while others carried soft, pale tones, as if they had captured the silence of dreams themselves. The traveler walked slowly among the screens, each step falling upon polished wooden floors that gleamed faintly in the light. Their reflection moved alongside them, as though becoming part of the painted worlds. For a moment, it felt as if the traveler were not in a chamber at all, but inside the landscapes themselves, wandering along misty rivers or beneath blossoming branches. A faint sound lingered in the air, the soft rustle of silk as the screens shifted gently with the breeze from an open window. That movement made the paintings feel alive, as though the mountains breathed and the dragons stirred. Yet all was calm, all was still, as though the chamber itself guarded its painted dreams with unbroken quiet. The traveler paused before one screen in particular. Upon it, a moon rose above an endless sea, its reflection painted so delicately that the water seemed to ripple in the lantern glow. The traveler gazed long at this image, feeling the rhythm of the real night sky above blending with the painted one before them. The boundary between the two grew soft, dream and reality dissolving into one. Legends whispered that this chamber had once been a place of retreat for empresses and scholars. Here they would sit before the painted screens, not to study or speak, but to rest their minds in silence, letting the brushstrokes carry them into peace. The screens were not only art, they were gentle companions, keepers of stillness, settling onto a low wooden seat. The traveler allowed the eyes to rest upon the painted sea, letting thought drift away. The chamber was quiet, the air serene, the light steady and soft. Here, within the painted screens, time itself seemed to fold into stillness. Leaving the chamber of painted screens, the traveler entered a passage that opened into a vast hall. Its wooden pillars stretched high into the darkness, carved with winding dragons that seemed to coil upward toward the unseen ceiling. Though the hall was empty, it carried a living presence, as though the air itself held a memory of voices long faded. The floor was smooth stone, cool beneath the traveler's steps. Each movement created a soft echo that drifted outward, lingering faintly before dissolving into silence. The hall earned its name not from loud sounds, but from these gentle reverberations, whispers that felt less like echoes of one's own steps and more like the murmurs of the palace itself. Lanterns hung at long intervals along the pillars, their flames steady and golden. They revealed faint patterns etched into the walls, lines of calligraphy, strokes once written by skilled hands, now softened with age. The characters glowed faintly under the light, as if they whispered their meanings only to those who lingered quietly long enough to listen. The traveler walked slowly through the hall, each footstep joining the rhythm of stillness. At moments, the echoes seemed to speak back, stretching longer than expected, like soft voices calling from some unseen distance. But the sound was not eerie, it was soothing, as though the hall itself wished to cradle every sound, turning it into music of calm. At the center of the hall stood a great bronze vessel, polished to a muted shine. Its wide mouth reflected the lanterns above, and when the traveler brushed a hand against its rim, the vessel gave a low, resonant hum. The sound vibrated gently through the air, filling the hall like a deep sigh. It lingered, then slowly faded, leaving behind a silence even softer than before. The traveler paused, standing still in the center, breathing deeply. The hall seemed to listen, to hold each breath in its vastness, as if protecting the stillness. Within, even the faintest sounds, the brush of a sleeve, the distant creak of wood were transformed into something delicate, like strands of music woven into the silence. Stories told that emperors once gathered here to hear petitions, their voices carrying through the great space, rising and falling like waves upon the stone. But tonight the hall belonged to the night alone, its echoes reserved not for commands or courtly speeches, but for peace and quiet reflection. The traveler closed their eyes for a moment, letting the hall's resonance fill the heart with calm. Time seemed to pause, not with grandeur, but with gentleness, a lullaby written in stone air and silence. When the traveler finally moved forward again, the sound of each step became part of the hall's whispering song, carrying them gently onward into the deeper mysteries of the forbidden palace. Beyond the echoing hall, a narrow wooden walkway led the traveler outside. The cool night air returned, carrying with it the fragrance of blossoms and still water. Before them stretched a secluded garden, its centerpiece a wide lotus pond that shimmered silver beneath the full moon. The water was calm, like polished glass, disturbed only by the slow drifting of lotus leaves. Their round forms floated gently, their edges catching the moonlight. Among them bloomed soft flowers, white and pale pink each, unfolding delicately upon the dark surface. The blossoms glowed faintly, as though lit from within, radiating quiet. Stone lanterns lined the edges of the pond, their flames steady and warm. Their light mingled with the moon's reflection, painting soft ripples across the water. The traveler stepped closer, leaning slightly to watch the mirrored sky within the pond. Stars glittered in the reflection, mingling with the blossoms, until it seemed as though the traveler gazed not into water, but into another sky, one where lotus flowers bloomed among the stars. A wooden pavilion stood at the far side, its roof curved like wings, its pillars slender and graceful. The traveler crossed a small arched bridge, its railings carved with swirling clouds, and entered the pavilion. From within, the entire pond spread out like a vast painting. The quiet music of night surrounded the traveler, the faint chorus of crickets, the whisper of water lilies shifting upon the surface, and the occasional soft plop of a fish breaking the water before vanishing again. Legends said that this pond was once a place where empresses gathered on summer nights to float lanterns upon the water. The lanterns, shaped like lotus blossoms themselves, would drift slowly across the pond, carrying prayers, poems, and silent wishes into the night. The traveler imagined the scene, soft voices, silk robes brushing the wood, lanterns glowing like stars upon the dark water. Though centuries had passed, the pond still seemed to hold those memories in its stillness. A gentle breeze moved through the garden, stirring the lotus leaves. The blossoms swayed and the moonlight shimmered across their petals, creating a dance of silver and pale pink across the pond's surface. The traveler closed their eyes, breathing deeply, the scent of lotus flowers mingling with the night air. The world felt hushed, suspended between water and sky, between reflection and reality. Here, in the moonlit lotus garden, peace bloomed quietly, eternal and serene. From the moonlit lotus garden, the traveler followed a winding path lined with smooth stones. Lanterns guided the way, their golden glow stretching across the walkway, until another structure revealed itself, a delicate pavilion rising above a small terrace. Its name, whispered by old stories, was the Pavilion of Painted Clouds. The roof curved upward like the wings of a phoenix, its edges adorned with colored tiles that gleamed faintly in the moonlight. Each tile carried a trace of pigment, once vivid, now faded with age, yet still graceful in its quiet beauty. The walls were latticed with carved wood, forming patterns of swirling mist and drifting clouds, as if the pavilion itself floated among the heavens. Stepping inside, the traveler was surrounded by murals that stretched across the inner walls. Painted centuries ago, they depicted scenes of skies at dawn, noon, and dusk. Clouds of brilliant shapes flowed across mountains and rivers, brushed with gentle hues of white, gold, and pale lavender. Even under the dim glow of lanterns, the colors seemed alive, shifting with the shadows, creating the illusion that the clouds were drifting endlessly through the room. The floor was made of polished wood, and a low stone seat stood at the center. The traveler sat quietly, gazing at the painted clouds, watching as they seemed to move with the flicker of lantern light. In that stillness, it was easy to forget the world beyond these walls, to feel as though one was sitting in the sky itself, drifting calmly with the painted heavens. A gentle draft moved through the pavilion, carrying with it the faint scent of lotus from the nearby garden. The breeze stirred the lantern flames, causing the painted skies to shimmer as though a soft dawn had begun to rise across them. Shadows shifted delicately, and the traveler felt as if time had slowed into a single eternal breath. Stories said that emperors once came here at dusk, accompanied by musicians and poets. While music filled the air, verses were written in honor of the painted clouds, each line seeking to capture the beauty of the ever-changing heavens. Some of those poems were said to be inscribed upon hidden panels within the walls, waiting for discovery. The traveler traced a hand gently across the wooden carvings, wondering what words lingered unseen within the pavilion's silence. From outside, the moonlight touched the pavilion's lattice windows, scattering patterns of light across the floor like drifting mist. It felt as though the clouds of the murals had spilled gently into the room, wrapping the traveler in a soft embrace. With each breath, calm settled deeper. The pavilion, with its painted skies and whispering breezes, became not just a place of beauty, but a resting chamber for the soul, a gentle reminder of how even the heavens could be painted into serenity. Leaving the pavilion of painted clouds behind, the traveler followed a quiet stone path. Soon the faint trickle of water grew louder, guiding their steps toward a hidden stream that wound its way through the palace gardens. Across the flowing water stretched a graceful bridge, known in hushed tales as the Bridge of Whispering Shadows. The bridge arched gently, its balustrades carved from pale stone, smoothed by centuries of touch. In the moonlight, the surface gleamed faintly, as if it carried the silver glow of the sky itself. Moss clung softly to the base, while ivy trailed along its edges, giving it the look of something both ancient and alive. Beneath the bridge, the stream moved slowly, its dark waters carrying reflections of the lanterns that lined the bank. When the traveler leaned closer, they saw the mirrored moon ripple, stretching and breaking with each gentle current. Tiny fish darted just below the surface, glimmering like falling stars in the shadows of the water. Legends said that if one paused at the center of the bridge during a moonlit night, they could hear faint whispers carried by the water. These were believed to be voices of the pastecos of poets, scholars, and noble figures who once crossed here, their words woven into the stream and carried away to eternity. The traveler stepped slowly to the middle of the bridge and stood. In silence, the night deepened around them, and a hush fell across the garden. At first, only the water's murmur could be heard, gentle and soothing. Yet as the stillness lengthened, the sound seemed to shift. Soft notes, like distant voices, rose and fell with the current. They were indistinct, like echoes within a dream, yet filled with a strange calm, as though the water itself was speaking in a forgotten language of peace. Leaning upon the cool stone railing, the traveler watched the interplay of light and shadow across the surface of the stream. Branches swayed overhead, their leaves casting shifting patterns that drifted across the water. It was this dance of light and shade that gave the bridge its name, for the shadows seemed to move like silent figures, whispering among themselves. As they crossed with the current, the traveler remained still, allowing the rhythm of water and shadow to soothe every thought until the mind felt as quiet as the stream. Each breath became slower, deeper, flowing in harmony with the murmuring current below. When at last the traveler moved to the far side of the bridge, the whispers faded into silence once more, as though they had been a secret meant only for those who lingered in stillness. Behind them, the bridge of whispering shadows stood calm, a gentle link between the world of water and the world of sky. Beyond the bridge, the traveler followed a lantern-lit walkway that curved toward a secluded hall. Its entrance was framed by red pillars, their paint softened by time, and the roof above was tiled in deep green, catching faint hints of moonlight. This quiet structure was known as the Chamber of Silent Strings, a place where music once floated through the air like drifting clouds. Stepping inside, the traveler was greeted by a hush so deep that it seemed to carry its own melody. The hall was spacious yet gentle, with wooden beams rising overhead like the ribs of a great instrument. Along the walls rested stands that once held zithers, lutes, and flutes. Though no musicians remained, the room itself seemed to breathe with echoes of their songs. At the far end of the chamber stood a raised platform. Upon it lay a single guqin, an ancient stringed instrument, its surface polished to a soft sheen. Though untouched for many years, it seemed to wait patiently, as though ready to sing again at the lightest touch. The traveler approached, pausing before it, and felt a quiet reverence in the air, as though countless emperors, empresses, and poets had once listened to its gentle tones in this very place. The silence itself carried memory. It was said that in the height of summer, musicians would gather here, their notes weaving with the night breeze. The music was not for celebration, but for reflections low, deliberate tones that mirrored the movement of stars and the rhythm of flowing water. Each note was meant to calm the spirit, to guide restless hearts into stillness. The traveler sat near the guqin and closed their eyes. In the quiet, it seemed almost possible to hear the lingering resonance of string saw, vibrations in the air like threads of moonlight weaving through the hall. Though no hand touched the instrument, the memory of sound was enough to create harmony within the listener's heart above. The ceiling beams caught the faint glow of lanterns. Shadows stretched across them, forming shapes like brushstrokes of ink upon parchment. The whole hall felt like a painting still, delicate. The air carried a trace of sandalwood, faint yet enduring, as though the scent of old incense had settled deep into the wood over centuries. Time moved gently within the chamber of silent strings. Moments passed like drifting petals, unhurried and weightless. The traveler lingered there, listening not to sound, but to the space between sound, the deep quiet that lay beneath all music, the silence that calmed both body and spirit. When at last they rose, the hall seemed to bow in gratitude. as if honoring their stillness. The Gukin remained silent, yet its presence lingered within the traveler's heart, a reminder that even silence can carry its own song. As the traveler stepped out of the chamber of silent strings, the night air felt cool and soothing upon their skin. The palace grounds stretched wide and hushed, yet a narrow stone path, half hidden by shadows, drew their attention. Following it, they moved deeper into a more secluded part of the gardens, where silence lingered like a secret dot at the end of the path. Rose a curved wall of pale stone. Set within it was a perfectly round opening, a moon gate carved with exquisite detail. The edges of the circle were adorned with delicate patterns of lotus flowers and drifting clouds, symbols of purity and eternity. In the soft glow of lantern light, the gate appeared less like stone and more like a doorway cut from moonlight itself. Stepping closer, the traveler felt a sense of wonder. The moon gate seemed to offer more than passage. It was an invitation into another world. Beyond its round frame lay a glimpse of a hidden garden. Bamboo swayed gently in the night air, and the faint perfume of blooming jasmine drifted through the opening dot. With a calm breath, the traveler crossed the threshold. Immediately, the air seemed to shift cooler, softer, as though the very atmosphere within the moongate's circle carried a dreamlike calm. The round shape of the opening was said to symbolize completeness, a reminder that within the palace walls, the emperors sought harmony between heaven, earth, and human life. Passing through, it was believed to bring balance to the heart. Inside the hidden garden, winding paths curved between groves of bamboo and clusters of flowering shrubs. A small pond shimmered at the center, its surface still as glass, reflecting the moon with such clarity that it seemed a second sky lay beneath the water. Lanterns hung from bent branches, their glow soft and golden, painting the leaves with gentle light. The traveler paused by the edge of the pond. The reflection of the moon wavered as a koi fish broke the surface, sending ripples across the mirrored sky. Around them, the garden was alive with delicate sounds, the rustle of bamboo, the whisper of night insects, the distant call of a hidden bird. Each note blended into a quiet symphony, soothing and complete. It was said that this hidden garden was a place where emperors would come to walk alone, seeking peace away from the duties of the throne. Within the embrace of the moon gate, they could shed the weight of power and simply breathe. Listening to the harmony of nature, the traveler lingered long beneath the moonlight, every breath slowing, every thought softening, as though the garden itself was guiding them toward serenity. When they finally turned back, the moon gate framed the view like a painted circle, perfectly enclosing the stillness of the secret garden. Passing through it once more, the traveler felt as though they carried the balance of that place within their own heart. Leaving the moon gate behind, the traveler followed a winding stone path that curved gently through the gardens. The night deepened, yet the palace grounds glowed with quiet life. Ahead, a soft, golden shimmer beckoned through the trees as the traveler approached. The source revealed itself a graceful structure known as the Pavilion of Lanterns. The pavilion stood on a raised platform of smooth marble, its roof elegantly curved, tipped with ornaments that gleamed faintly under the moon. All around it hung lanterns of many shapes, square, lotus-shaped, and even some formed like delicate birds in flight. Their warm light swayed gently with the breeze, painting the pavilion in hues of amber, gold, and rose. Each lantern carried a story. Some were simple, carved from bamboo and covered in silk. Others were painted with scenes of mountains, rivers, or blossoming plum trees. A few bore delicate calligraphy, poems written in flowing strokes that seemed almost alive in the flicker of the flames. The traveler paused to admire one lantern shaped like a lotus flower, its petals glowing softly as though lit from within by the spirit of a star. Inside the pavilion, the light grew even warmer. Shadows danced across the polished wooden floor, while the ceiling beams seemed to hold up not just the roof, but the very night sky. In ancient times, the Pavilion of Lanterns was a place of celebration during festivals, where families of the palace would gather under the glow of countless lights. Yet tonight it stood in tranquil solitude, a gentle beacon within the vast stillness of the forbidden palace. The traveler sat upon a carved bench, letting their eyes wander over the sea of lanterns. Their flames did not burn fiercely, but softly, as though they had been tamed into eternal calm. Watching them, the traveler felt their thoughts drift into rhythm with the flickering lights. Each sway of the lanterns matched the beat of a slower breath, guiding the body into deeper rest. Outside, the night air carried the faint scent of camellia blossoms. A breeze moved through the pavilion, setting the lanterns swaying in unison, as if the air itself was conducting a gentle symphony of light. The golden glow mingled with moonlight, creating a harmony between fire and sky. Warmth and coolness, earth and heaven. The traveler closed their eyes for a moment, and in that stillness, the pavilion seemed to hum with unseen energy. It was not noise, but a feeling like being embraced by light itself. This was a sanctuary of quiet joy, a reminder that even within walls of grandeur and power, simple lanterns could bring warmth to the soul. When the traveler rose to leave, they looked back one last time. The pavilion of lanterns glowed in the distance like a cluster of stars gathered upon the earth, a celestial vision captured within the forbidden palace. Its memory would remain with them, soft and enduring, a lantern of peace within their own heart. The traveler's path wound away from the glowing pavilion of lanterns, deeper into the palace grounds where silence reigned again. Lantern light faded behind them, and soon a tall, solemn building rose ahead. Its doors were carved with dragons and phoenixes, their forms entwined in eternal dance. Above the entrance hung a plaque of polished wood, etched with characters that translated to the Hall of Whispering Scrolls, pushing open the great wooden doors. The traveler stepped into a space filled with shadows and quiet reverence. The hall stretched wide and long, its walls lined with shelves that climbed high toward the ceiling beams. Each shelf overflowed with scrolls, hundreds upon hundreds, wrapped in silk, bound with jade clasps, and tied with cords of gold thread. The faint fragrance of old ink and paper lingered in the air, mingling with the scent of sandalwood drifting from an incense burner in the corner. As the traveler moved inside, their footsteps softened against the polished floor, echoing faintly, as though the scrolls themselves were listening. It was said that within this hall, every whisper, every secret of the past lingered in the parchment of the scrolls. Records of emperors, poems of scholars, and even hidden prophecies were carefully preserved, waiting for gentle hands to unroll them. The traveler paused before one shelf, selecting a scroll wrapped in silk the color of midnight. With care, they unfurled it upon a low wooden table. The brushstrokes within flowed like rivers, bold and graceful, telling the story of an emperor's dream of peace. Though the traveler could not read every character, the rhythm of the strokes carried meaning, of their own like music, written in ink. In the stillness, the hall seemed to breathe. A faint sound drifted through the air, soft as a sigh, gentle as a whisper. The traveler looked around, realizing that it was not the wind, it was the scrolls themselves. Their parchment rustled ever so slightly, as though the wisdom of centuries was murmuring to one another, sharing secrets to ancient forewords. The traveler listened, heart steady, mind calm. The whispers did not demand attention. Instead, they soothed like a lullaby spoken by the past. One could almost imagine the voices of poets, scholars, and emperors gathered together in harmony. The knowledge preserved here was not heavy or burdensome, it was peaceful, like the steady rhythm of flowing water after some time. The traveler carefully rolled the scroll and placed it back upon its shelf. Their gaze swept across the endless rows of silk-bound writings, feeling not overwhelmed, but comforted. The hall was a sanctuary of memory, reminding them that even in the grand silence of the palace, the voices of the past remained alive, gentle, and enduring. When the traveler stepped back outside, closing the great doors behind them, the night seemed deeper, calmer. The whispers of the scrolls lingered within their heart, carrying a sense of quiet wisdom that accompanied them into the next part of their journey. Stepping out of the hall of whispering scrolls, the traveler found the palace grounds bathed in the silver glow of midnight. The silence of the scrolls still lingered in their mind, but now the air carried the gentle sound of water trickling nearby. Following the sound, they soon came upon a graceful stone bridge arching over a wide pond. This was known as the Bridge of Reflections, a place where the emperors once walked in quiet contemplation. The bridge curved gently, its surface smooth from centuries of footsteps. At its edges, carved stone railings rose, decorated with lotus flowers and dragons, whose faces gazed serenely into the night. Beneath it, the waters of the pond shimmered like polished glass, mirroring the stars, the moon, and the graceful arch of the bridge itself. The traveler stepped onto the bridge, each footfall softened by the hush of the night. Looking down, they saw their own reflection ripple across the water, mingling with the glow of the moon. The pond seemed endless, holding not just the reflection of the sky, but of the forbidden palace itself. Stowers, walls, and pavilions appearing like a dream world beneath the surface. Lanterns lined the path of the bridge, their golden light spilling downward. The flames swayed gently in the breeze, and their reflections quivered like dancing stars upon the pond. The sight filled the traveler with a deep stillness, as though they were walking between two worlds, the one above and the one mirrored below. At the center of the bridge, the traveler paused. The night air was cool against their skin, carrying the faint scent of lotus blossoms from the pond. A soft ripple spread across the water as a pair of koi swam near the surface, their scales catching the moonlight like living jewels. For a long moment, the traveler simply stood, breathing slowly, watching the pond's calm surface. Each breath seemed to dissolve into the stillness, as though the world itself were exhaling with them. Legends told that emperors would come to this bridge when their hearts were troubled, seeking clarity in the mirrored waters. They believed the pond held not only the reflection of the palace, but also the reflection of the soul. If one gazed long enough, they might see their true self shining back at them. Freed of burdens, calm and clear as the moon, the traveler leaned over the railing, gazing into the depths. Their reflection looked back, softened by the rippling water, surrounded by moonlight and lotus flowers. For a moment, it was as if the boundaries between self and world dissolved. They were no longer a single traveler, but part of the endless reflection, the sky, the water, the palace all merging into one. When the traveler finally crossed to the other side, they did not look back. Yet in their heart, the bridge of reflections remained, carrying its quiet peace like a lantern within the soul. Beyond the bridge of reflections, the traveler followed a narrow stone path that curved gently through the palace gardens. The air grew cooler, carrying the faint rustle of leaves, until at last they reached a secluded archway. Its wooden frame was weathered by time, and beyond it, shadows of tall, slender stalks swayed softly in the moonlight. This was the hidden bamboo grove, a sanctuary known only to emperors and poets who sought solitude. Stepping inside, the traveler was immediately embraced by the gentle sound of bamboo swaying. The tall green stalks rose toward the sky, their smooth surfaces catching silver glimmers from the moon. Leaves trembled with the passing breeze, creating a soft chorus that was neither loud nor hurriedly calm, like whispers spoken by nature itself. The ground beneath was carpeted with fallen leaves, their delicate forms crackling faintly underfoot. Yet the sound was never harsh. Instead, each step blended into the symphony of the grove, as though the traveler's presence had become part of its timeless rhythm. Deep within the grove, a small clearing opened like a secret chamber. In the center stood a stone bench carved with lotus and cloud motifs, its surface cool and smooth. The traveler sat, letting their body sink into the quiet embrace of the night. Above, the bamboo stalks leaned gently toward one another, forming a kind of natural ceiling that filtered the moonlight into soft patterns upon the earth. The sound of the grove was hypnotic. Leaves brushed against one another in endless harmony, their music rising and falling like a lullaby. It was easy to imagine that this sound had carried across centuries, unchanged, always present for those who needed rest. Poets once wrote that the bamboo grove was a place where the mind could dissolve, where burdens fell away like leaves drifting upon the wind. As the traveler sat, they began to notice small details hidden in the shadows. A cricket's chirp echoed softly. Fireflies blinked faintly, their golden light weaving between the stalks like wandering stars. Somewhere deeper in the grove, water trickled over stone, hidden but always flowing. The traveler closed their eyes for a moment, breathing in deeply. The air smelled of earth and fresh leaves, cool and grounding. Each inhale seemed to carry away weariness, while each exhale melted into the quiet music of bamboo. In that moment, time felt distant, irrelevant. There was only the grove, the night, and the peaceful rhythm of nature's song. When the traveler finally rose, they placed a hand gently on one of the tall stalks, its surface smooth and strong. It swayed slightly, as though nodding in farewell. With renewed calm, the traveler stepped back through the archway, carrying the serenity of the hidden bamboo grove into the next stage of their journey. Leaving the bamboo grove behind, the traveler followed a winding path that led toward a faint glow. The air grew sweeter, carrying a fragrance unlike any they had known before. Soon, the shadows parted to reveal a vast garden, radiant even beneath the night sky. This was the Garden of Eternal Blossoms, a sanctuary where flowers bloomed without season, said to be touched by the blessings of heaven itself. The garden stretched wide, its winding paths bordered by flowers of every color. Moonlight poured gently over silken petals, making them gleam like drops of dew. Blossoms of peonies, chrysanthemums, and plum trees filled the air with their delicate perfume. Some flowers curled gently closed for the night, while others glowed faintly as though they were kissed by the stars. The traveler stepped slowly through the garden, their senses awakened by its gentle beauty. Each breath was filled with the fragrance of blossoms, sweet yet subtle, soothing yet invigorating. The petals brushed lightly against their hands as they walked, cool and soft like silk. A hush lay over the garden, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the call of a night bird hidden among the branches. At the center of the garden stood a circular pavilion, its wooden beams painted with patterns of flowers and clouds. Red lanterns hung from its corners, glowing like embers against the night. The traveler stepped inside, where a low table of polished wood waited, holding a bronze bowl filled with floating lotus blossoms. The water shimmered with the reflection of the lantern light, and the blooms drifted slowly in gentle circles, as though carried by an unseen current. Legends whispered that emperors would visit this garden on sleepless nights, believing that the blossoms could ease their troubled minds. The sight of flowers blooming under moonlight was thought to be a sign of harmony between heaven and earth, a gentle reminder that peace was always within reach. Poets once composed verses here, their words floating as delicately as the blossoms themselves, written for no audience but the night the traveler sat upon the pavilion's steps, gazing out across the sea of flowers. The garden seemed endless, stretching into dreamlike distances. Fireflies drifted between the blossoms like living stars, weaving their golden trails among the petals. A soft breeze carried a scattering of petals into the air where they swirled, like snowflakes before coming to rest once more on the earth. As the traveler closed their eyes, the scents of the blossoms wrapped around them like a gentle blanket. For a moment, the world outside the forbidden palace seemed far away, as though it no longer existed. There was only this eternal garden where blossoms bloomed forever, and peace lingered like the fragrance of petals under the moon. From the Garden of Eternal Blossoms, the traveler noticed a narrow passageway framed by carved wooden beams. It led toward a quieter corner of the palace, where the walls seemed to whisper with stories left behind by centuries. At the end of this path stood a modest hall, its lacquered doors painted with delicate plum blossoms. Above the doorway, a wooden plaque bore 3 golden characters that translated to Hall of Gentle Whispers. Pushing the doors open, the traveler entered a chamber unlike any they had yet seen. Rows upon rows of silk fans lined the walls, each displayed within a wooden frame. Every fan carried a painting landscapes of mountains, rivers, and clouds, portraits of noble women, fierce dragons, and blooming gardens. The artistry was breathtaking, each brushstroke alive with grace and meaning. The chamber was quiet, but not empty. It was alive with the presence of those who had once held these fans impresses, concubines, poets, and courtiers. It was said that each fan captured not only an image, but also the spirit of its owner. To hold one was to hold a fragment of another's memory, a glimpse into lives long past. The traveler stepped closer to one fan painted with a golden crane soaring above a pine tree. Its feathers seemed almost to shimmer under the lantern light, as though ready to lift from the silk and take flight. Another fan depicted a garden of lotus flowers, their delicate pink petals opening over still water. Looking at it, the traveler could almost hear the quiet ripple of a pond beneath summer skies. At the far end of the chamber, a small table held a fan unlike the others. Its surface was painted with a night sky filled with stars, each one tiny and precise, glowing faintly under the flicker of the lanterns. The moon was painted in silver leaf, so luminous it seemed real. The traveler lifted the fan gently, feeling the cool silk beneath their fingers. A calmness spread through them, as if the painted stars were shining not only on silk, but also within their heart. Legends told that emperors gifted painted fans to those they cherished most. Each fan a silent poem, each brushstroke a secret message. The chamber was filled with these silent poems, a treasury of unspoken feelings that had survived the passing of dynasties. To walk among them was to walk through a gallery of forgotten dreams. The traveler lingered, letting their eyes rest on fan after fan, each a doorway into another world. Time seemed to dissolve inside the chamber. The silence grew softer, the light dimmer, until only the traveler's steady breath remained. Mingling with the quiet history painted upon silk. Finally, they placed the starry fan back upon the table, with great care bowing slightly in gratitude. With one last glance at the walls lined with painted memories, they stepped quietly out into the night air, carrying with them the gentle whispers of the chamber. Stepping back into the night, the traveler followed a stone path that wound between low hedges and lanterns shaped like lotus buds. The air carried a soothing fragrance of jasmine and distant incense. Ahead, a pavilion stood gracefully over a small pond, its roof curved like the wings of a bird in flight. Lanterns swayed softly from the eaves, their golden light mirrored in the rippling water below. This was the moonlit tea pavilion, a place where emperors once came to sip fragrant brews and quiet their restless thoughts. Crossing a narrow wooden bridge, the traveler entered the pavilion. Inside, polished wooden floors gleamed faintly beneath. The lantern glow low tables were arranged neatly with delicate porcelain cups, teapots shaped like lotus blossoms, and jade-green kettles resting atop small braziers. The pavilion was still, yet the faintest steam rose from one of the kettles, curling in silver ribbons, as if the spirit of tea itself lingered here, waiting for another guest. The traveler knelt at one of the tables and lifted a porcelain cup. The vessel was cool against their fingers, painted with a winding branch of plum blossoms. As they placed it down, a faint chime echoed through the pavilion, like the sound of a bell struck far away. Soon, the gentle drip of water falling from the roof joined the melody, blending into a rhythm that lulled the mind. It was said that tea brewed here under the moonlight possessed a rare power. Infused with tranquility, it could calm storms of thought and lead even the most troubled spirit toward peace. Emperors had sipped it before making great decisions. Poets had tasted it before writing verses that would endure for centuries. Tonight, the traveler felt that same quiet grace settling over them, as though the very air were steeped in serenity. On a nearby shelf lay scrolls of calligraphy written by long-departed scholars. Their brushstrokes flowed like water, steady and unhurried, each character carrying both meaning and music. The traveler traced the shapes with their eyes, hearing silent voices within the flowing ink. Some spoke of harmony with nature, others of loyalty, love, or fleeting beauty. Yet all shared the same gentle wisdom. Life, like tea, was best savored slowly. The pond outside reflected the night sky, and the moon shone like a silver coin upon its surface. Every ripple carried the lantern's light, breaking it into threads that shimmered and danced across the water. Carp glided lazily beneath the reflections. The sound of their movements was soft, almost like the sigh of a dream. The traveler remained in the pavilion for a long while, listening to the silence between each drop of water, breathing in the invisible fragrance of jasmine and tea. With each passing moment, their thoughts grew lighter, dissolving like steam in the cool night air. The moonlit tea pavilion had fulfilled its quiet promise. Peace now lingered within them, as steady and deep as the pond itself. Beyond the moonlit tea pavilion, The traveler wandered down a corridor lined with red lacquer beams and carved lattice windows. The night air carried a faint rustle, as though voices hidden in the shadows were softly reciting forgotten verses. Following the sound, they arrived before tall bronze doors, their surface engraved with swirls of clouds and flowing rivers. Above them hung a plaque inscribed with golden characters, "The Hall of Whispering Scrolls," pushing the doors open. The traveler stepped into a chamber lit by pale lanterns shaped like paper scrolls. The walls stretched high, their wooden shelves filled from floor to ceiling with rolls of silk and bamboo strips. Thousands of scrolls rested there, each wrapped in faded cords of red, green, or gold. Waiting patiently through the centuries, the air was filled with a faint fragrance of ink and old silk. As the traveler walked deeper, the sound grew clearer, the gentle murmur of voices, as if the scrolls themselves were reciting their contents in whispers. It was not loud, nor was it unsettling. Instead, the soft chorus created a rhythm like falling rain. Calm and steady, carrying wisdom across time. The traveler reached for one scroll bound in a golden ribbon. With care, they unrolled it across a low wooden desk. Characters flowed across the silk in graceful calligraphy, each stroke bold yet elegant. The text spoke of a journey across mountains, where the author described waterfalls like silver ribbons and pine trees swaying in the mist. Reading the words, the traveler felt as though they, too, were walking among those misty cliffs, listening to the song of rushing water. Another scroll told the story of a royal banquet where laughter echoed under the palace roof and lanterns shone like stars. Yet another recounted quiet reflections on the moon, comparing its light to the gentle kindness of a friend. Each piece of writing carried its own mood, its own music, and its own gift of serenity. The traveler lingered by the shelves, listening more closely to the whispers. Some were poetic, others wise, some even playful. It was said that these scrolls held not only knowledge, but also the spirit of those who had written them, scholars, poets, and dreamers who had passed long ago. Their voices lived on, gently speaking to those who were willing to listen. Looking upward, the traveler saw ladders leaning against tall shelves, reaching toward the highest tiers. Above, faint shafts of moonlight filtered through round windows, casting silver across the scrolls. Dust motes drifted in the glow, moving like stars suspended in slow motion. The traveler carefully rolled the golden scroll shut and placed it back where it belonged. Then they bowed slightly, a gesture of gratitude. To the many voices that had shared their wisdom, the hall remained alive with whispers. But now it seemed less like a murmur and more like a lullaby, soothing, endless, and eternal. dot with a calm heart. The traveler stepped back into the corridor, carrying with them the quiet wisdom of the hall, of whispering scrolls. From the quiet whispers of the scroll hall, the traveler wandered outside into the night once more. The palace gardens stretched wide, bathed in moonlight so bright that the paths seemed brushed with silver. Ahead, a long bridge arched gracefully across a broad pool. Its balustrades were carved with winding patterns of clouds and dragons, and lanterns dangled evenly along its span, their golden glow mirrored in the still waters below. This was the bridge of endless reflections. It was said that anyone who walked across it at night would see not only their reflection, but also glimpses of dreams, memories, and forgotten wishes dancing upon the water. The traveler paused at the entrance, listening to the faint creak of the wooden boards swaying gently under the breeze before stepping slowly onto the bridge. The pool beneath was perfectly still. The moon's round face shimmered upon it, accompanied by the twin glow of every lantern. When the traveler looked down, they saw their own reflection gazing back, softened by rippling light. Yet soon other shapes joined images of distant landscapes, serene temples, and people long gone. They appeared not as ghosts, but as soft memories, fragile and luminous, carried upon the water like drifting petals. Each step forward brought a new reflection. At one point, the traveler saw the image of a mountain crowned with snow, rising above curling clouds. At another, they glimpsed a quiet courtyard where children played with painted kites shaped like cranes. Farther along, the bridge showed the figure of a lone scholar writing beneath a candle, his brush moving steadily even as the night deepened around him. The reflections shifted like dreamscapes, neither frightening nor confusing. They felt natural, like fragments of stories waiting to be remembered. The traveler realized that the bridge was not only mirroring their own presence, but weaving together echoes of the past, moments that had been lived within the palace and beyond. The lanterns above swayed lightly, their movements mirrored perfectly below, until it seemed there were two bridges, the one beneath their feet and another floating in a world of shimmering water. The traveler slowed, letting the hush of the night deepen within them, feeling as though they walked between two realms, one of earth and one of reflection. By the time they reached the middle of the bridge, the air was utterly still. Even the sound of the garden faded away. Looking down, the traveler saw nothing of their own face now, but instead a single endless reflection of the moon, bright, steady, and infinite. It seemed to say without words that though times and people pass, serenity itself endures forever. Like the moon watching the earth, breathing deeply, the traveler continued until they reached the far end. Behind them, the bridge glowed like a path of light across water, a quiet reminder that dreams and memories were as close as the still surface of a pool. On the far side of the bridge, the traveler followed a winding stone path through flowering trees, their petals falling like pale snow in the night breeze. At the path's end stood a small hall, its roof edged with jade tiles that gleamed under the moonlight. The carved doors were painted with images of cranes soaring among clouds, their wings stretched wide as if to welcome visitors. This was the Chamber of Painted Dreams, a place whispered about by poets of old. The traveler stepped inside, and at once the stillness of the hall wrapped around them. The chamber was dim, illuminated only by lanterns shaped like lotuses, their glow warm and soft, casting gentle ripples of light across the walls. Those walls were no ordinary surfaces. They were vast canvases of ancient murals, painted in pigments of deep blues, vermilion reds, and shimmering gold. The murals depicted great landscapes, celestial beings, and moments of quiet daily life. The brushstrokes had aged gracefully, yet they remained vivid, as if infused with a timeless spirit that refused to fade. The traveler's gaze fell upon one mural of mountains rising high into clouds, their peaks lit by golden dawn. Tiny figures climbed the slopes, carrying lanterns that seemed to glow faintly even now, as though the paint itself had captured real firelight. Another mural showed a river winding endlessly, boats gliding upon its surface, their sails filled with painted wind. In another corner, the traveler found a mural of the imperial court in celebration. Lanterns hung from beams, musicians played zithers and flutes, and dancers swirled in flowing silk. Though frozen in paint, the figures seemed to move gently, as if the music still lingered in the air. Most enchanting was a mural on the farthest wall. It showed a vast celestial sky, stars scattered across deep indigo, and a great dragon coiling among them. Its body shimmered with threads of gold, and its eyes sparkled as though alive. The dragon's form seemed to ripple whenever the lantern light flickered, making it appear to swim through the heavens even now. The traveler stepped closer, entranced. For a moment, it felt as though they were not in a hall at all, but standing beneath the starry sky itself, watching the dragon drift across constellations. A soft hush filled their heart, as if the mural had pulled them into a dream where the line between painted vision and living reality disappeared. The chamber lived up to its name. Each wall was not just painted, but alive with dreams preserved. Through art, the traveler realized the murals were more than decoration. They were windows into the collective imagination of generations who had lived in the palace, each stroke of paint holding a fragment of wonder, serenity, and longing. With Slow steps, the traveler bowed to the murals, offering silent respect to the unknown artists who had gifted their dreams to eternity. Then they stepped outside once more, carrying with them the quiet colors of the chamber of painted dreams. Leaving the chamber behind, the traveler followed a lantern-lit corridor that opened onto a wide courtyard. Beyond, the stone gate stretched, one of the most treasured wonders of the Forbidden Palace, the Garden of Eternal Blossoms. The moment the traveler stepped inside, a fragrance of flowers filled the air. The garden seemed endless, a sea of blossoms that swayed gently under the moonlight. Rows of cherry trees arched above, their branches heavy with pale petals that drifted down like snowflakes. Beneath them grew magnolias, lotuses in marble ponds, and chrysanthemums in carefully tended beds, each flower glowing softly as though it carried a piece of starlight within. Legends whispered that this garden never faded, no matter the season. It remained in perpetual bloom, a living poem of colors and fragrance. It was said that the emperors once walked here to find peace away from the weight of the throne, and that poets wrote verses while sitting beneath the blossoms, their words as gentle as falling petals. The traveler wandered slowly through the paths, the crunch of gravel underfoot mingling with the hush of the night. At a stone pavilion in the center of the garden, a still pond spread wide, its surface dotted with white lotus flowers. Lanterns floated upon the water, drifting lazily, their reflections doubling the glow. A breeze stirred, carrying petals across the pond, where they rested gently atop the lanterns, as if crowning them with nature's touch. The traveler knelt by the pond's edge, watching koi fish ripple beneath the lotus leaves. Their scales flashed gold and crimson as they moved like living jewels. The water reflected not only the blossoms, but also the moon above, turning the pond into a mirror of earth and sky. As they lingered, the air filled with a soft sound, an unseen musician playing the guqin. The notes were delicate, rising and falling like petals carried by the wind. It was impossible to say whether the music came from a hidden figure or if it was simply the spirit of the garden itself, singing through the blossoms. Either way, the melody blended with the fragrance of flowers and the shimmering water, creating an atmosphere of perfect calm. The traveler closed their eyes for a moment and felt the peace of the garden settle deep into their heart. It was a peace beyond words, born not from silence alone, but from the eternal bloom of nature's beauty. They understood why emperors, poets, and dreamers alike had cherished this hidden paradise. When they opened their eyes again, petals had gathered all around them, caught in their robe like gentle blessings. Smiling softly, the traveler rose, knowing they carried the garden's serenity within. No matter where the path would lead next, beyond the blossoming garden. The traveler found a narrow stone bridge leading toward a tall wooden structure. Its roof swept high, its eaves curled like wings poised for flight. The hall's doors stood half open, and from within came a sound as delicate as sighing leaves the whisper of moving air. This was the Hall of Whispering Winds. Stepping inside, the traveler was embraced by a cool, airy stillness. Unlike other chambers of the palace, this hall was nearly empty. Its wooden floors stretched wide, polished smooth as a mirror, and the walls were adorned only with carved lattice windows. Through the openings, the night breeze entered freely, carrying scents of blossoms and distant incense. The hall was designed with a secret harmony of architecture. When the wind passed through, the lattice and hidden bamboo pipes transformed the air into music. Some notes were deep and hushed, like the murmur of far-off drums. Others were light and silvery, like bells scattered across the heavens. Together, they wove an endless, shifting melody, different with every breeze. The traveler walked slowly across the open floor. With each step, the winds changed their tune-soft rustles, becoming gentle chords, then fading into silence before returning again. The effect was mesmerizing, as though the hall itself was alive, breathing with the night. In the center stood a circle of tall bronze vessels. When the breeze touched them, they resonated softly, their tones deep and lingering, like echoes from the mountains. The traveler leaned closer, listening. Each vessel seemed to sing of a different element. One hummed like flowing water, another trembled like hidden thunder, while yet another echoed like the whisper of falling sand. Legends said this hall was once a place where emperors came to seek clarity. Here, they listened not to advisors or courtiers, but to the voice of the wind itself, believing that the ever-changing song carried guidance from heaven. To some, it was a meditation. To others, a reminder that wisdom was not found in words alone, but in silence and the world's hidden music. The traveler lingered, sitting cross-legged upon the polished floor. As the night wind flowed, it wrapped them in sound, playful, sometimes solemn, always shifting like water over stone. The music soothed the heart, its rhythm slower than thought, deeper than dreams. Closing their eyes, the traveler allowed the song to wash through them until they felt as if they had become part of the hall itself, a vessel through which the whispering winds could pass. There was no separation between self and sound, only the quiet harmony of breath and breeze. When the traveler finally rose, the winds played one last note, low and steady, as if bidding farewell. They bowed gently to the hall before stepping back into the moonlit courtyard, carrying with them the memory of music that belonged to no instrument, only to the breath of the earth itself. Beyond the wind-swept chamber lay a graceful corridor, its beams painted in shades of jade and crimson. The traveler followed its curve until it opened onto a hall unlike any they had yet seen. Here, delicate silk fans hung from the ceiling and walls, each painted with scenes of mountains, rivers, birds, and blossoms. This was the hall of painted fans. The air was hushed, carrying only the faint rustle of silk as the fans swayed gently. Some were large as banners, others no larger than a hand. Lanterns cast their light across the silken surfaces, making the painted landscapes shimmer as though alive. Mountains glowed with dawn, rivers seemed to ripple, and cranes lifted their wings as if preparing to take flight. The traveler stepped carefully among the hanging fans. Each one told its own story. On one fan, a fisherman cast his net beneath a red setting sun, the water catching fire with his reflection. On another, a pair of phoenixes perched upon a flowering plum tree, their feathers radiant with colors that seemed too vivid for paint alone. Another showed a winding path through misty mountains, so real that the traveler almost felt they could step into it and wander endlessly among the peaks. It was said these fans were painted by master artists of centuries past, each stroke capturing not only the beauty of nature, but the spirit within it. The hall was more than a gallery. It was a dreamscape of silk and ink, where each fan whispered of worlds both near and distant. The traveler paused before one fan larger than the rest. Its silk stretched wide as a sail. It depicted a moonlit river, where a lone boat drifted quietly across silver waters. The sky above was deep and starless, the moon the only light. As the traveler gazed, they felt their hearts slow, as though they too floated upon the painted river, carried nowhere and everywhere by its calm current gently. The traveler reached out, though their hands stopped just short of the silk. The fan swayed slightly, stirred by the same unseen breeze that had sung in the hall of whispering winds. For a moment, the painted river seemed to move, rippling as though alive. The traveler smiled softly, sensing that this hall was meant not to display art, but to invite one into a quiet communion with imagination. At the far end of the hall, a circular window framed the night sky. Through it, the moon poured its silver light, falling directly upon a fan painted with white lotus flowers. Their blossoms gleamed under the beam, pure and timeless, as if the heavens themselves blessed the painter's hand. The traveler lingered a little longer, letting the shifting images settle deep within them like dreams. Then, moving gently between the fans, they stepped back into the corridor, carrying with them the beauty of 100 painted worlds. The traveler's footsteps led them through a quiet passage, its walls lined with polished wood that reflected the glow of lanterns. At the end, tall doors of carved jade stood waiting, their surfaces smooth and green as still water. With a gentle push, the doors opened into the hall of jade mirrors. The chamber was vast yet tranquil, lit not by firelight, but by the soft gleam of moonbeams streaming through high windows. Along the walls stood tall mirrors, their frames carved from jade and inlaid with silver. Each mirror was polished so perfectly that it reflected not only the body but the spirit, casting back more than the eye could see that the traveler approached. The first mirror. At a glance, it showed their reflection as any glass would, but as they lingered, the image softened. Their reflection seemed calmer, lighter, almost dreamlike, as though the mirror revealed the self beneath the surface, stripped of weariness and burden. It was not a trick of sight, but a gift of the jade, for jade had long been cherished in China as a stone of purity and balance, said to hold the harmony of heaven and earth. Moving further, the traveler passed another mirror. This one did not reflect them alone, but the hall itself, its polished floor, its tall columns, and even the pale shimmer of moonlight falling through the windows. Yet within the reflection, the hall seemed endless, stretching into countless halls beyond, as though the traveler stood not in one chamber, but in a vast palace without end. The traveler's breath slowed, drawn into the illusion. For a moment, they felt weightless, as though walking into a horizon of mirrors that led deeper and deeper into stillness. Each step became softer, each thought quieter, until even the idea of time seemed to fade away. In the center of the hall stood the largest mirror of all, framed with jade the color of dew-kissed leaves. Its surface gleamed with an inner light, brighter than moonlight, yet not blinding. The traveler stood before it, gazing silently. Unlike the others, this mirror showed no reflection of the body at all. Instead, it shimmered faintly with shifting shapes, like clouds drifting across a mountain lake. Some said this mirror revealed the future, while others believed it reflected the unseen heart. The traveler did not seek answers, but simply watched, as the shapes glowed and softened until they became nothing but gentle ripples of light. In that silence, a deep calm settled over them, as if the mirror had drawn away all restlessness, leaving only peace with quiet reverence. The traveler bowed to the great mirror before stepping back toward the doors. As they left, the hall seemed to sigh gently, its mirrors glowing faintly in farewell, as though they too were living guardians of reflection and serenity. From the quiet of the jade mirrors, the traveler stepped into another passage, where the faintest sound of chiming floated on the air. It was soft at first, like distant wind, but as they walked further, The notes grew clearer, gentle tones that shimmered like drops of rain. The passage opened into a round chamber where hundreds of golden bells hung from the high ceiling. They were suspended at different heights, some no larger than a fingertip, others wide as bowls, their polished surfaces gleaming softly in the lantern light. The room was called the Hall of Golden Bells, a place where sound itself seemed woven into the fabric of peace. A breeze whispered through unseen windows above, setting the bells swaying. Their tones rose and fell in a melody without beginning or end, each note blending into the next. The sound was neither loud nor restless, but gentle and fluid, like water flowing over stones. The traveler stood still, letting the music wash over them, each chime easing away another layer of weariness. They walked slowly through the hall. As they passed beneath the bells, the music changed, as though the bells were aware of their presence. One cluster rang with high, clear tones, like sunlight breaking over snowy peaks. Another group chimed with deep, resonant notes, as steady as waves upon a quiet shore. Together they formed a harmony that seemed to guide the traveler's breath, steady and unhurried. The floor beneath was made of polished stone, reflecting the glimmer of gold above. The traveler noticed that with each step, their own footfalls seemed to vanish into the music, as though the hall had gathered even the sound of movement into its melody. Here, there was no harshness, no discord, only the endless weaving of soft, golden notes. At the center of the hall stood a single great bell, its surface engraved with swirling clouds and soaring cranes. Unlike the others, it did not move with the breeze. The traveler reached out gently and touched its rim. The bell responded with a single long tone, deep and pure, filling the chamber like the voice of the earth itself. The sound lingered, vibrating softly through the traveler's chest, then faded slowly until it seemed to sink into silence. Yet even in that silence, the echo remained not in the ears, but in the heart. It was as though the bell had left behind a quiet blessing, a reminder of harmony that would not fade. The traveler lowered their hand and bowed to the great bell, then turned toward the archway ahead. Behind them, the bells continued their gentle chiming, their golden voices blending, like a lullaby meant to follow them deeper into the forbidden palace. The traveler left the golden bells behind, stepping into a corridor where the light itself seemed to move. A faint glow flickered at the far end, not steady like fire, but shifting as if carried on an invisible stream. Curious, they followed, until the passage opened into a wide, high-ceilinged chamber known as the Hall of Flowing Lanterns. Here, lanterns of every shape and color floated gently in the air, suspended not by cords, but by streams of unseen energy that guided them in. Slow, graceful patterns. Some drifted in circles, like petals on a pond, while others glided in straight lines that crossed and curved in a dance of light. Their silk coverings glowed softly in hues of red, gold, jade, and pearl, painting the chamber in a tapestry of moving colors. The travelers stood still, watching as one lantern passed close. Its silk frame bore hand-painted lotus flowers, their blossoms seeming to open wider in the glow. Another lantern floated past, its sides adorned with dragons, the painted beasts curling and twisting as though alive in the flickering light. Each lantern told its own story, yet together they formed a living river of light that filled the hall with gentle wonder. The air carried the faint scent of sandalwood, calming and warm. With every breath, the traveler felt their body soften, their mind ease, as though each lantern carried away the remnants of heavy thought. They followed the slow-moving lights deeper into the hall, their steps unhurried, their eyes reflecting the lantern's glow above. The lanterns drifted higher, brushing against the carved beams of the ceiling before floating downward again in slow arcs. The movement was so steady that it resembled the Taidan endless, soothing rhythm. The traveler realized that the hall was designed not only for beauty, but for peace, a place where one could surrender to the flow of light until the weight of the world dissolved. At the center of the chamber stood a great lantern, larger than all the rest. Its silk was pale gold, almost transparent, and within it burned a flame that never wavered. Unlike the others, this lantern did not drift, but shone steadily, its glow spreading across the chamber like a calm sun. As the traveler gazed at it, a deep sense of stillness filled their heart, as if this lantern was the source of the harmony flowing through all the others. The smaller lanterns began to circle the great one, forming slow, spiraling patterns. Their colors merged into streams of light gold, mingling with red, jade flowing into pearlentil. The chamber itself seemed to breathe with a rhythm of glowing tides. The traveler closed their eyes, letting the motion of the lights carry them into quiet serenity. When they opened their eyes once more, the hall was still moving, still glowing, as timeless as the stars above. The traveler bowed to the great lantern, then turned toward the passage that awaited beyond, carrying the peace of the flowing lights with them, beyond the chamber of lanterns. The traveler entered a long corridor lined with lacquered wood and polished jade. At its end, a pair of carved doors opened soundlessly, revealing a hall unlike any they had seen before. This was the Hall of Whispering Scrolls, a place where knowledge and dreams intertwined. The room was vast, its walls stretching high, lined from floor to ceiling with shelves of ancient scrolls. Some were rolled tight, bound with silk ribbons, while others lay partly unrolled, their inked characters gleaming faintly in the lantern glow. The air was cool and carried the subtle scent of aged parchment mixed with a trace of sandalwood, as though wisdom itself had a fragrance. As the traveler stepped inside, a faint rustling sound arose, not from footsteps, but from the scrolls themselves. It was as if countless voices whispered gently, their tones soft and distant, like reeds swaying in a summer breeze. The whispers did not disturb, rather they soothed, rising and falling like a lullaby of forgotten words. The traveler moved slowly between the towering shelves, gazing at the delicate calligraphy painted in flowing black ink. Some scrolls bore poems of the seasons, others stories of emperors and scholars, and still others the quiet reflections of monks. Each seemed alive, as though the words long ago inscribed had never faded, but continued to breathe softly within the parchment. One scroll caught the traveler's eye. Its silk cover was embroidered with cranes flying above pine trees. Gently they unrolled it a little, revealing lines of poetry. As the inked words came into view, the whispers grew clearer, and the verse recited itself in a voice as calm as a distant stream. Under endless skies, the pine endures, the crane glides with wings unbroken. Time flows, yet stillness remains, the heart rests unshaken. The traveler closed their eyes, letting the words settle within like falling petals. When they rolled the scroll back, the whispers softened again, blending once more with the chorus of voices around the hall. Deeper into the chamber, a table stood with brushes, inkstones, and parchment. The traveler sat for a moment, dipping a brush into the ink. They wrote only a single word piece. At once, the hall seemed to respond. The whispers quieted into silence, and then, like a sigh, resumed again, softer, calmer, carrying that one word into their endless song. As the traveler rose, they felt as though their own thoughts had been gathered gently into the scrolls, preserved among the endless whispers. Here, in the hall of whispering scrolls, silence was never empty. It was full of voices that comforted and carried the soul into tranquility. With a final bow, the traveler turned toward the next passage, leaving behind the scrolls and their eternal, soothing murmurs. The traveler followed a winding passage, their steps light upon polished stone. At the end, they emerged into a chamber filled with silver light. Unlike the warm glow of lanterns, this radiance was pale and gentle, streaming down from a great round opening in the ceiling where the night sky revealed a perfect full moon. This was the hall of moonlit reflections, a place where the palace itself bowed to the stillness of the heavens. The floor of the hall was smooth, jade polished to a mirror's shine. In its surface, the moon above reflected with perfect clarity, so that it seemed as though there were two moons, one above and one below, holding the traveler between them in quiet harmony. Each step the traveler took rippled across the reflection, as though they were walking on the surface of a moonlit lake. Around the edges of the hall stood slender pillars of white marble, carved with patterns of clouds and waves. Their designs caught the light, making them shimmer faintly, as if drifting across the room like mists over water. Between the pillars, small pools of still water mirrored the moon again, so that the chamber seemed filled with countless silver. ORBS. The traveler paused at the center, gazing upward. The moon's glow bathed them in calmness, and its reflection beneath their feet offered a second stillness, one that seemed to rise from within. It was a balance, a meeting between sky and earth, thought and silence, the outer world and the quiet inner self. As they stood there, the chamber seemed to shift. The reflection of the moon widened, and ripples carried images across the jade floor. Mountains cloaked in snow appeared, then rivers winding through valleys, then blossoms opening beneath a spring breeze. Each vision faded gently, replaced by another, as though the moon itself were showing the dreams of the world below. The traveler breathed deeply, allowing the visions to pass without grasping at them, each one flowing like water. The sound of silence filled the hall, yet it was a silence alive with presence, the kind that stilled the heart, slowed the mind, and carried the soul into peace. At one corner of the chamber, a low bench carved from smooth stone invited rest. The traveler sat, watching the moonlight shift across the floor. Time no longer seemed to move as it once had. The moon hung steady, unwavering, a patient guardian of serenity for a long while. The traveler remained there, neither searching nor waiting, only existing within the silver glow. When they finally rose, it was as though the moon had blessed them with its endless calm. They bowed to the reflection beneath their feet, then walked toward the next doorway, carrying with them the stillness of moonlight deep within their being. The next passage led the traveler into open air once more. A pair of carved doors slid aside, and beyond them stretched a quiet courtyard, unlike any they had yet seen. This was the Garden of Hidden Cranes, a place where the palace's beauty and nature's stillness merged into harmony. Moonlight fell across smooth stones, arranged in flowing patterns, their pale surfaces glistening like water in the night. Between them, fine white sand had been raked into curved lines, rippling outward in circles and arcs, as though the ground itself carried the rhythm of a river. Bamboo groves rose on either side, their tall green stalks swaying softly, their leaves whispering with each passing breath of wind. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the faint scent of blossoms. From hidden corners of the garden, the sound of trickling water could be heard, gentle streams weaving through narrow channels of stone, their surfaces catching the moonlight in silver sparks. The traveler walked slowly across the courtyard, following stepping stones that wound toward the heart of the garden. As they moved, a faint rustle stirred the bamboo, and from the shadows, white figures appeared. Cranes, tall and elegant, emerged with graceful steps, their feathers glowing like snow beneath the moonlight. At first, there were only two, bowing their slender necks as they waded through the shallow streams. Then more appeared, stepping softly from the bamboo until the courtyard seemed alive with them, silent, watchful, yet unafraid. They moved with a stillness that mirrored the garden itself, each gesture like a poem written in air. The traveler paused, bowing gently, and the cranes answered by spreading their wings. Slowly they rose into the air, circling above the garden before settling again upon the stones and water. Their flight left the air shimmering, as though moonlight itself had been stirred into waves. A small stone pavilion stood at the far end of the garden. Its roof curved gracefully, and within sat a single lantern glowing softly with golden light. The traveler entered, resting upon a wooden bench. From here they could see the entire garden, the bamboo whispering, the cranes gliding silently across the streams. The scene seemed timeless, a living painting where every detail was balanced, every sound hushed into harmony. Watching the cranes, the traveler felt their own breath deepen, their hearts slowing until it matched the calm rhythm of the garden. The cranes continued their quiet dance beneath the moon, as if guiding the traveler into a deeper peace. In this place, nothing hurried, nothing pressed. The night itself seemed to pause, holding the moment in stillness. When the traveler finally rose, they bowed once more to the elegant birds. The cranes, in turn, dipped their heads as though acknowledging a bond between visitor and guardian. With that, the traveler stepped quietly toward the next gate, leaving the garden behind, though its serenity remained within them. The traveler stepped beyond the garden and followed a path of smooth flagstones that wound between tall pines. Their needles whispered gently in the night breeze, releasing a faint, soothing fragrance that mingled with the cool air. Soon, the path opened to a wide terrace where a graceful structure stood waiting. This was the Pavilion of Eternal Harmony. The pavilion rose lightly above a reflective pond, its wooden pillars painted in soft vermilion, its roof curving like the wings of a bird in mid-flight. At its corners, wind chimes swayed, their notes bright and delicate, as though each sound carried a blessing of stillness. The water beneath reflected the entire structure with perfect clarity, making it seem as though two pavilions existed, one in the world above and one in the depths below. The traveler approached slowly, crossing a narrow bridge of carved stone that arched over the pond. The surface of the water rippled gently as koi swam beneath, their scales glimmering gold and silver in the moonlight. Their quiet movements created patterns of light that shimmered across the underside of the bridge, as though stars themselves had gathered there to rest. Stepping into the pavilion, the traveler felt a hush fall over them. The air was still, yet full of presence. In the center stood a low table of polished wood, upon which rested a single bowl filled with water. Floating within it was a lotus blossom, its petals pale as ivory, opening slowly in the glow of the lanterns. It was said that this lotus had been placed here many lifetimes ago, symbolizing peace that endures beyond time. The traveler sat upon a cushioned seat and gazed out across the pond. The pavilion's open sides allowed the night air to flow through, carrying with it the scent of pine and water. Fireflies drifted between the pillars, glowing faintly like wandering stars, weaving their slow dance through the lantern light. The sound of the wind chimes blended with the trickle of a distant stream. Together they formed a quiet music, simple and unhurried, echoing the rhythm of rest itself. In this moment, the traveler felt as though the pavilion was breathing with them, each exhale dissolving the weight of the day, each inhale drawing. In peace, the koi swam in gentle circles, the lotus floated unmoved, and the pavilion stood calm upon the water, embodying balance in all things. As the traveler closed their eyes, they felt the harmony of the space seep into their spirit. Thoughts became as clear as the water below. Emotions softened like petals drifting upon a stream. Time lost its edges. The pavilion was no longer just a place, but a state of being, eternal harmony woven into wood, water, and silence. When the traveler finally rose, they bowed to the lotus, the koi, and the chimes, acknowledging the gift of calm they had been offered. Then, with slow and steady steps, they continued toward the next hidden wonder of the forbidden palace, beyond the pavilion of eternal harmony. The traveler followed a shaded corridor that curved gently along the palace's outer walls. The air grew cooler, touched by the faint scent of resin and earth. Soon the path opened into a wide clearing where tall pine trees rose like guardians, their branches stretching skyward in timeless strength. Nestled among them stood the Hall of Whispering. Pines the hall was simple, yet dignified, built of dark, polished wood that glowed softly in the lantern light. Its roof sloped low, blending with the surrounding trees as though it had grown from the forest itself. A stone pathway led up to the entrance, lined with smooth, round rocks that glistened with dew. With every step, the traveler felt the presence of the pines deepen their roots unseen, their voices carried in the shifting air. Inside, the hall was open and spacious, its ceiling supported by beams carved with delicate patterns of leaves and needles. The floor was cool beneath the traveler's feet, polished until it reflected the lanterns like quiet pools of amber. In each corner, slender bronze braziers glowed faintly, releasing threads of fragrant smoke that wound upward like whispers. The traveler sat upon a low bench near the center, and there the sound of the pines surrounded them. Every breeze outside stirred the branches, and the hall resonated with a hushed symphony, the gentle sigh of countless needles brushing together. It was as if the trees themselves were speaking in a secret language, one meant not for the ears, but for the soul. The sound carried memories of distant mountains, of rain falling softly upon stone, of snow drifting through silent valleys. Each whisper seemed to draw the traveler further into calm, easing the restlessness of thought, wrapping them in the steady patience of the forest. In one corner of the hall stood an ancient zither, its strings stretched across a body carved from pine, though no hand touched it. The air itself brushed across the strings, creating faint tones that mingled with the voice of the trees. The melody was soft, like droplets of water falling upon still water, subtle, unhurried, eternal. The traveler closed their eyes and listened. Slowly, their breath joined the rhythm of the pines, each inhale and exhale blending with the forest's sigh. It was easy to imagine the hall breathing with them, its wooden beams expanding with the wind, its polished floor resting like the earth itself. When the traveler finally opened their eyes, the lanterns glowed warmly and the smoke curled gently toward the ceiling. The hall had not changed, and yet it seemed alive, woven of wood, wind, and whispering time. The traveler rose, bowing once to the ancient zither, once to the pines beyond the walls. Then, with a heart steadied by silence, they stepped back into the night. The path ahead shimmered faintly in the moonlight, guiding them toward the next hidden chamber of the forbidden palace. The traveler left the hall of whispering pines, stepping onto a narrow stone pathway that wound through the palace gardens. Ahead, a soft, silvery glow hinted at a passage bathed in moonlight. As they approached, they saw a corridor of polished wood stretching far into the night, the moonlit corridor of reflections. Lanterns hung along the corridor, their soft light flickering over walls of smooth black lacquer. The floor gleamed like glass, reflecting both the lanterns and the pale light of the full moon. Each step the traveler took created mirrored echoes, doubling the beauty of the corridor and giving the sense of walking in a world both real and dreamlike dot along the walls. Panels of polished jade shimmered faintly, capturing moonlight and scattering it in patterns across the corridor. The traveler paused to watch these reflections, which shifted gently with each movement, resembling waves of silver flowing through the air. It was as if the corridor itself breathed in harmony with the moon, its quiet rhythm guiding every step. The corridor was longer than it seemed. With each pace, the traveler noticed faint details in the reflections, glimpses of blooming lotuses, small birds perched in painted trees, clouds drifting across mountains far away. The images were subtle, as if drawn from dreams rather than reality, and they moved slowly, carrying the traveler deeper into quiet contemplation. Occasionally, a breeze entered through open latticed windows, brushing across the traveler's face. It was soft, carrying the faint scent of jasmine from nearby gardens, mingled with the whisper of distant water. The reflections danced slightly, and the corridor seemed to stretch on forever. Each step a gentle invitation to let go of all worry and thought. The traveler's own reflection appeared in the jade panels, softened by the silvery light. They noticed how calm it seemed, how untroubled, as though the corridor itself had washed away all tension, leaving only serenity. Each mirrored image became a companion, silently moving with them, a quiet presence in the endless moonlit path. Halfway along, a small alcove appeared. A low bench rested within, and beside it, a shallow basin of water reflected the moon above. The traveler knelt, gazing at their reflection in the basin. The moon and their image merged, creating a sense of unity between self and the night. A slow, deep peace settled over them, like floating on still water. As they rose and continued down the corridor, the reflections followed, stretching endlessly ahead, leading them forward with gentle assurance. The moonlit corridor of reflections was not merely a passage, it was a meditation, a bridge between the world outside and the deep stillness within. The traveler stepped softly toward the corridor's end, carrying the calm of mirrored light with them, ready to enter the next hidden chamber of the forbidden palace at the end of the moonlit corridor of reflections. The traveler stepped through a carved doorway into a chamber hushed beyond measure. This was the chamber of silent echoes, a place where even the smallest sound seemed magnified, and yet every echo carried a soothing, almost musical quality. The room was vast and circular, with high vaulted ceilings made of polished wood that gleamed faintly in the lantern light. The floor was smooth stone, cool underfoot, and scattered across it were shallow pools of water that mirrored the soft glow above. Each pool reflected not only the lanterns, but the faint movement of the traveler, creating a gentle doubling of every step. The walls were adorned with vertical wooden panels, carved with delicate geometric patterns. Each panel seemed to vibrate faintly, amplifying the quietest sound into a soft resonance that filled the chamber like a whispered symphony. Even a single breath produced a ripple of gentle echoes that faded into the stillness. As the traveler moved forward, they noticed how the echoes interacted with the room. A soft shuffle of feet created a faint chime that lingered just long enough to be heard, but never overwhelming. A low exhale became a ripple of sound, stretching across the chamber, mingling with its natural hum. The effect was mesmerizing, as if the room itself were breathing, alive yet utterly serene. In the center of the chamber, a circle of smooth stone stools formed around a shallow basin of water. The travelers seated themselves, letting the echoes settle over and around them. When they spoke a single word, the sound traveled across the stone and water, returning as a soft, layered harmony that seemed to embrace them. Each echo was slightly different, creating a subtle music of repetition, a lullaby woven from silence and sound. The effect was calming beyond description. Thoughts that had been restless slowed. Worries seemed to dissolve, and the traveler felt their heart pulse in harmony with the chamber itself. The echoes were gentle teachers, showing how even in sound there could be rest, and even in stillness there could be life. Time became indistinct. Minutes stretched into quiet, soft waves, and the traveler let themselves be carried by the room's invisible rhythm. The lanterns above flickered in unison with the echoes, reinforcing the chamber's calm. When at last the traveler rose, they bowed deeply to the space itself, grateful for the peace it had offered. Each echo remained softly in their memory, a quiet companion as they stepped toward the next chamber, carrying the serene resonance into the unfolding night of the Forbidden Palace. The traveler left the chamber of silent echoes, stepping into a narrow passageway where the air was fragrant and soft. The walls were lined with delicate carvings of flowers and vines, and a gentle breeze seemed to flow through the corridor, carrying with it thousands of drifting petals. This was the corridor of flowing petals. As the traveler walked, the petals swirled around their feet, floating in intricate patterns that seemed guided by some invisible hand. Cherry blossoms, plum flowers, and pale lotuses mingled in slow spirals, drifting from the ceiling, brushing against the walls, and resting softly upon the polished stone floor. Each movement was gentle, almost choreographed, as if the corridor itself were performing a quiet dance. Lanterns hung along the walls, their soft golden glow illuminating the petals and making them shimmer in the dim light. Some petals caught the lantern glow like tiny floating stars, and others glided past, brushing the traveler's hands or robes in a delicate caress. The experience was soothing, like walking through a living dream, each step slower, each breath deeper, carried by the rhythm of drifting flowers. The walls were carved with scenes of palace gardens and flowing rivers, and the petals seemed to interact with these images, appearing to follow the rivers or scatter across painted paths. Occasionally, a breeze would lift a cluster high, letting it swirl in a gentle spiral before settling once again. The corridor's natural musica, soft shuffle of petals, the whisper of the breeze blended with the faint scent of blossoms, creating an atmosphere of perfect serenity. Halfway along the corridor, a small alcove appeared, containing a low wooden bench and a shallow basin. The basin was filled with water, and petals had begun to float upon its surface. The traveler knelt, letting a single blossom fall into the water. It drifted gently, creating soft ripples that reflected the lantern light and scattered petals. In miniature waves across the basin, sitting quietly, the traveler closed their eyes and allowed themselves to be carried by the gentle dance of petals and light. Each petal seemed to hold a fragment of calm, a tiny meditation, floating freely, yet guided by the corridor's invisible rhythm. Time felt suspended, and all that existed was the slow, graceful movement of color and fragrance around them. When the traveler finally rose, the petals continued their soft dance, drifting around the corridor as if guiding them forward. With each step, the traveler felt lighter, their thoughts and worries carried away by the flowing blossoms. The corridor of flowing petals was not merely a passage, it was a journey into tranquility, a reminder that beauty itself could soothe and guide the heart. The traveler followed the corridor of flowing petals and soon came upon a grand doorway, its frame inlaid with gold and jade. Beyond it stretched a vast chamber, glowing softly, filled with hundreds of lanterns suspended in mid-air. This was the Hall of Eternal Lanterns, a place where light itself seemed to breathe and flow with gentle rhythm. Each lantern was unique. Some were tall and narrow, their silk panels painted with mountains, rivers, and cranes. Others were small and round, adorned with lotus blossoms or clouds drifting across a golden sky. Despite their variety, all glowed with the same warm, steady light, bathing the hall in a golden haze that softened every edge and shadow as the traveler entered. The lanterns began to sway, not from wind, but as if responding to their presence. The soft light flickered across the polished floor, creating moving patterns that reminded them of sunlight dancing on water. The effect was mesmerizing, filling the traveler with a quiet sense of wonder and peace. A gentle breeze carried the faint scent of jasmine and sandalwood, The lanterns moved in slow spirals and arcs, weaving a tapestry of light above the traveler's head. Some floated higher, brushing the beams of the vaulted ceiling, while others hovered near the floor, casting warm circles of illumination across. The stone dot in the center of the hall hung the largest lantern of all. Its silk was pale gold, almost translucent, and within burned a steady flame that never wavered. Surrounding it, smaller lanterns formed concentric circles, moving with a graceful rhythm as if orbiting the central light. The traveler paused, letting their gaze rest on the luminous dance. Each movement of the lanterns seemed designed to slow the mind, to invite the heart into a deeper calm. Walking slowly among the glowing forms, the traveler noticed how the light reflected on the polished walls and floors, creating infinite echoes. Of each lantern, the reflections seemed to stretch and multiply, filling the hall with a soft, ambient radiance. It was a light that did not dazzle, but rather embraced every corner, every shadow, every breath with gentle warmth. The traveler settled onto a low bench beneath the largest lantern, closing their eyes. The room's golden glow, the soft rhythm of movement, and the gentle fragrance combined into a quiet meditation. Each lantern became a heartbeat, each reflection a whisper, guiding the traveler into stillness. After a long pause, the traveler rose, bowing to the eternal light. The lanterns continued their slow, hypnotic dance, casting calm across the hall. With a final glance, the traveler stepped toward the next chamber, carrying the golden serenity of the Hall of Eternal Lanterns deep within their heart. The traveler left the Hall of Eternal Lanterns, stepping through a final arched doorway into the open night. Before them stretched the palace courtyard of eternal peace, a space so vast and serene that it seemed to exist outside of time itself. Moonlight poured across jade walkways, soft grass, and flowering gardens, illuminating a courtyard where every detail radiated harmony and stillness in the center. A smooth, reflecting pool mirrored the night sky, its surface unbroken and flawless. Lotus flowers floated upon it, glowing faintly in the moonlight. Surrounding the pool were low terraces of stone, lined with flowering shrubs, bonsai trees, and clusters of delicate lanterns that flickered with gentle golden light. Each element was carefully arranged, yet it felt natural, as though the courtyard had grown from the earth itself rather than being built by hands. The traveler walked slowly along the jade paths, each step echoing softly in the quiet. From the distance came a faint, steady murmur of water, a gentle stream that wove through the courtyard, tracing silver paths beneath small wooden bridges. Birds slept in the trees, their soft breathing part of the ambient calm. Even the wind, seemed to move with intention, brushing petals and leaves in a gentle rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the palace itself. The traveler approached the central pool and knelt beside it. Looking down, they saw their reflection mingled with the moon and the lotus flowers. For a moment, all the journeys of the forbidden palace, the painted fans, the jade mirrors, the golden bells, the flowing lanterns, the whispering scrolls, the moonlit hallways, and the whispering pines seemed to converge in the still water. Every experience, every breath of calm was reflected here, magnified by the serenity of this final sanctuary. A soft breeze carried the faint scent of jasmine, pine, and lotus, wrapping around the traveler like a quiet blanket. They closed their eyes, breathing in rhythm with the palace itself. With each inhale, tension and weariness drifted away. With each exhale, a profound sense of peace filled their heart from the terraces above. Tiny lanterns floated into the sky, joining the stars. The moon shone brighter, its reflection in the pool merging with the light above. The traveler felt a deep connection to all that had come before: the flowing corridors, the whispering halls, the drifting petals, and a profound stillness settled into every fiber of their being. At last, the traveler rose, bowing to the courtyard, to the moon, and to the palace itself. Every step toward the exit felt lighter than the last. They carried the calm of the forbidden palace with them, a serenity that would linger long after the journey ended. And as they disappeared into the night, the palace courtyard of eternal peace remained, timeless and welcoming, a sanctuary of sleep and dreams for all who might wander its halls.